Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, chapter 1921, Rescuing the Captives. The moment the demon worshippers retrieved their weapons, Yuan wasted no time attacking them. Coincidentally, the demon worshippers were also wielding swords, and they were bewildered when they failed to activate their sword's ability to block Yuan's attack, almost as if an unseen force had sealed their swords.
What? My sword?
Yuan took advantage of their brief moment of shock and landed two swift and seemingly non-lethal strikes. At first, the demon worshippers didn't think much of the superficial injury they had received, a minor scratch at best. With a sneer, they quickly backed away from Yuan, unconcerned. But mere moments later, their expressions began to change. A strange stiffness crept through their limbs, slow at first, then rapidly intensifying. Their movements grew sluggish, their muscles locking up as an unnatural weight settled over their bodies. Panic flickered in their eyes as they realized the truth. Their bodies were turning to stone. They were being sealed. This is... The two demon worshippers couldn't believe how quickly they had been defeated, and it was done by a mere spirit enlightenment cultivator. Yet neither of them appeared too concerned for some reason. They looked at Yuan and sneered coldly. "Don't think this is the end. You'll realize what a horrible mistake you've made, so. Our master will not let this." Their sentence was interrupted when they were fully sealed. After sealing the demon worshippers, Yuan went to help the captives by removing the black chains that suppressed their cultivation. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Tsai immediately began working on sealing the demon after disturbing its rest. The demon didn't have any visible crystal on its outer appearance, meaning it was at least a demon general. It also had the cultivation of a peak immortal ascension. Sun Ling Tai was also at the peak of immortal ascension, since that was the limit of the sixth heaven. Yet she wasn't worried about her opponent being a demon general. Sun Ling Tai fought with an elegance that bordered on artistry, almost as if she were painting. Her massive brush moved through the air in fluid, sweeping strokes, each motion resembling the graceful flourish of a master painter. But instead of ink and parchment, her canvas was the demon before her, and each stroke of the brush carried the weight of demon-sealing aura. Unlike Yuan, whose demon-sealing aura was powerful enough to seal demons near his level in a single strike, Sun Ling Kai had to slowly accumulate it in the demon, slowly sealing it. While Sun Ling Kai wasn't overwhelming her opponent, she wasn't pressured by the demon either, and even had the leisure to speak while she fought it. "You demons and your worshippers have been lurking in the shadows since the demon-sealing clan defeated most of the demons during the demonic era?" Sun Ling Kai said coldly, her brush continuously striking the demon. "What changed? Why are your worshippers suddenly acting so bold and brazen?" The demon, despite slowly being sealed, smiled provocatively and responded in an amused tone. "A new era is coming." "What?" Sun Ling Kai frowned at such ominous words. "Do you really think demons will rule the world again? How foolish! The only reason you demons even managed to rule humans during the demonic era was due to the massive casualties caused by the heavenly war of immortals and gods that greatly diminished our population of powerhouses. Our numbers are not only much greater than before, but our strength has also improved drastically since then, incomparably so. Meanwhile, all you demons have done since your defeat is hide and starve in the shadows." The demon laughed uncontrollably at Sun Ling Kai's words, which wasn't wrong. If the heavenly war of immortals and gods hadn't claimed so many lives, humans might not have been enslaved by the demons. Although demons are immortal, that immortality does not equate to limitless power. Like humans and beasts, demons require resources to grow. Specifically flesh and blood, the raw essence of life. Without it, their strength stagnates and slowly decays. Since the end of the demonic era, demons have been forced into hiding with few opportunities to feed or cultivate their strength. Meanwhile, humankind has flourished, building powerful sects, expanding across realms, and growing ever stronger with access to abundant spiritual resources. What you experienced and witnessed during the demonic era was only a fraction of our demon clan's true power. The demon roared, its voice laced with hatred and madness. Soon you livestock will learn what true fear is, and once again you will live beneath our feet like the worms you are." Its eyes gleamed with a sinister light as it stepped forward, unfazed by the demon-sealing aura assaulting it. "You may have defeated us back then, but it was only because of the divine paragon. Without him, you humans are nothing, worthless insects." Then its gaze narrowed on Sun Ling Kai and continued with a mocking sneer, "And you so-called demon sealers, you've grown weak, so much weaker than before. Your end is coming, and this time there will be no one to save you." "Ha ha ha ha!" A chilling laugh erupted from its throat right before it was fully sealed. Although she had successfully sealed the demon, Sun Ling Kai felt no relief, no sense of victory or pride. If anything, a heavy unease settled over her heart. She took a deep breath and sighed. Whatever these bastards are up to, we'll definitely stop it. Meanwhile, moments before Sun Ling Kai sealed the demon. "Everything will be fine now," Yuan said to the captives as he released them. "What about the demon?" one of them asked. "I came here with a master demon sealer from the demon sealing clan, and she's dealing with it now. There won't be any issue since there's only one of them." "No!" the young lady's face exclaimed, her voice filled with horror. "There is more than one demon here." Just as Sun Ling Kai turned to leave, her body suddenly froze mid-step. A new presence had emerged not far from where she stood, and it was like a crushing wave of malice crashing down upon her senses. Ser, the Nouvelle RDRD.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Her instincts screamed in alarm. This wasn't just another demon. Its aura was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was cold, suffocating, and utterly overwhelming, filled with a primordial hatred that seemed to rot the very air around it. A chill ran down her spine. Something terrifying had arrived. Chapter 1922, The Sudden Appearance of a Demon Emperor. After sensing the overwhelming, malicious presence, Sun Ling Kai had to force herself to turn around. Every instinct in her body warned her to run, yet she stood her ground. At first, she saw nothing, just the empty, distorted air ahead, heavy with oppressive energy. But then a silhouette began to take shape, emerging slowly from the shadows, as if reality itself were bending to make way for it. Each step it took was deliberate, and with every step the pressure grew heavier, colder, like a noose tightening around her soul. A second demon? How is that possible? My divine sense has been active and surrounding this place ever since we entered, yet I only just sensed it. Did it teleport in here just now? Sun Ling Kai couldn't fathom how she could have missed this demon who was emitting a ridiculous amount of demonic energy. To think I'd returned to intruders. I only left for a couple of minutes, too. The silhouette spoke as it emerged from the shadow, revealing its appearance. Just like the demon general. This demon did not appear to have a crystal outside its body. However, its demonic energy and presence was several times stronger than the demon general, which could only mean one thing. A demon emperor? Sun Ling Kai muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible, laced with tension. She clenched her fists tightly, her jaw locking as pure fear crawled down her spine. After spending just a few moments in its presence, she began to recognize the undeniable familiarity in the aura. It was nearly identical to the one she had felt during the Supreme Demon Sealer examination a few years ago. The Demon Emperor before Sun Ling Kai was not the same one at the examination. It was a new one that she'd never heard of or seen before. Fuck, what should I do? Sun Ling Kai could only stand there and ponder her limited options as the Demon Emperor slowly approached. Although both she and the Demon Emperor had their cultivation sealed to the peak of immortal ascension, Sun Ling Kai wasn't confident she'd be able to face this Demon Emperor, even if she had her full cultivation and the demon didn't. She could try running away, but that would bring shame to her status as a master demon sealer, not to mention Yuan and the captives were not far away from her. If she ran, they would most certainly die. The Demon Emperor suddenly stopped before the sealed Demon General. After a brief pause, it placed its palm on the sealed demon and began infusing demonic energy into it. A moment later, cracks began appearing on the sealed demon. It's unsealing the other demon." Seeing this, Sun Ling Tsai instinctively attacked the demon emperor. Without even glancing in Sun Ling Tsai's direction, the demon emperor casually flicked its hand, a motion so effortless it almost seemed dismissive. In that instant, a massive wave of demonic energy surged forth, thick, black, and seething with malice. It struck Sun Ling Kai like a collapsing mountain, the sheer force of it leaving no room to resist. Her body was violently repelled, sent flying through the air as if she were nothing more than a leaf caught in a storm. By the time Sun Ling Kai stabilized herself, which only took a second, the sealed demon was released from its stone prison. "I apologize for my incompetence, Emperor." The demon general kneeled before the demon emperor. The demon emperor calmly gazed upon the demon and spoke. "Take care of the other invader. I'll deal with this livestock myself, as you command. Search the Nouvelle Firet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." The demon general left without any delay, ignoring Sun Ling Tsai, who could only watch as it disappeared. He should be fine Sun Ling Kai wasn't too worried for Yuan, who she was sure was hiding his true cultivation. "I won't be able to defeat this demon emperor by myself, so I can only try to hold it off until he defeats that demon general." Sun Ling Kai could only rely on Yuan's assistance to defeat this demon emperor, but even that seemed unlikely. According to what she heard from others in the Demon Sealing clan, it took their clan leader, as well as 2 supreme demon sealers, to capture the other demon emperor, and they were all at full strength. Meanwhile, she was only a master demon sealer. It'd take a miracle for her to hold off the demon emperor for a few minutes, let alone seal it. "Let's just focus on defense until Xiao Yang arrives, Sun Ling," Tsai thought to herself as she prepared to fight the demon emperor, who merely stood there in silence. At the same time, the demon general appeared before Yuan and the captives, who were trembling in fear due to the demon emperor's presence that filled the entire space there. The pressure was so terrifying and suffocating that the captives couldn't even stand up despite their cultivation returning, let alone escape. Spirit enlightenment? How did a weakling like you seal those 2 idiots? The demon general narrowed its eyes at Yuan after accessing the situation, its gaze filled with confusion. "Don't worry, you'll experience it for yourself in just a moment," Yuan calmly said. Ridiculous," the demon general sneered. Yuan turned to face the captives and said, "Close your eyes, all of you. It'll be over in just a moment." Hearing his soothing voice, calm and steady like a gentle breeze, the captives felt an unexpected sense of comfort wash over them. Without realizing it, they all began to close their eyes tightly. "Normally I'd use you to entertain me before I kill you. Unfortunately, I don't have the time today since I need to help that girl as soon as possible, so if you don't mind." The demon general interrupted with a cold laugh. "Using me as entertainment, I should be saying that to you." In a fit of rage, the demon general lunged toward Yuan, or at least it tried to, but the moment it moved, its body suddenly froze, locked in place by an unseen force. Confusion flashed across its face as it looked down to find several sword-shaped lights piercing through its body, glowing with pure, radiant energy that sizzled against its flesh. "What? Where did this come from?" it muttered in a daze, eyes wide with disbelief as it sensed an unfamiliar sensation. Pain. Swords of eternal torment. When the demon general lifted its head up again, Yuan was already standing right before it with a humble-looking red sword in his grasp. The demon general's eyes widened some more after sensing the terrifying demon-sealing aura being emitted by the sword, and its body trembled in fear as it recalled this forgotten feeling called fear. "Teth, that sword? Why do you?" Yuan flicked his arm, and with a surreal grace he swung the blade in a perfect horizontal arc, its path tracing cleanly across the demon's neck. The movement was strange, slow and fast all at once. There was no wasted motion, no dramatic flourish, and the demon's head came cleanly off, its body completely sealed in an instant, long before its head could even reach the ground. Thud. The demon's head hit the sand with a muffled thud, sinking slightly into the soft grains, and its face was locked in a terrified expression, wide eyes filled with the dawning horror of realization, Chapter 1923, Macing 1923, facing the Demon Emperor. After sealing the Demon General, Yuan said to the captives, trembling in fear behind him, "You can open your eyes again. I have dealt with the demon." When the captives opened their eyes, their faces became filled with shock after seeing the sealed demon. After all, only a few seconds had passed since they were told to close their eyes. He sealed a demon general in seconds? How is that even possible? The captives couldn't comprehend it. Yuan continued, "Unfortunately, there is still a demon that needs to be dealt with. Stay here and don't move until I return. Otherwise, I won't be able to guarantee your safety." Without waiting for their response, Yuan left the scene and moved toward the Demon Emperor's presence. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai started her battle with the Demon Emperor shortly after the Demon General left. "If you're not going to attack, I'll come to you." The Demon Emperor spoke as it slowly approached Sun Ling Kai. Gritting her teeth, Sun Ling Kai quickly pulled out several paintings and threw them into the air. They floated around them, forming a circle. Moments later, the scrolls opened up, releasing a wave of demon-sealing aura that created a protective barrier. The purpose of the barrier was to weaken any demons caught within, much like Yuan's demon-sealing zone. However, the Demon Emperor didn't so much as flinch, standing unaffected as though the aura had no effect on it at all. "You demon-sealers have truly fallen. Compared to those of the past, your demon-sealing aura is laughably weak," the Demon Emperor said, his voice laced with both mockery and disappointment. Sun Ling Kai did her best to ignore the Demon Emperor's taunts and continued to bombard it with demon-sealing aura. But with the Demon Emperor treating her attacks as no more than empty air, the vast gap between them quickly became undeniable and overwhelming. The Demon Emperor suddenly vanished from Sun Ling Kai's sight, and in the blink of an eye, before she could even react, she found herself sprawled on the ground, her limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Sun Ling Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood. "What just happened?" she screamed inwardly. Lifting her gaze, she saw the Demon Emperor standing over her, its eyes cold and condescending, like it was merely observing a crushed insect. "Consider yourself fortunate. I'd kill you, but your pure yin essence will serve my goals far too well," the Demon Emperor remarked coldly. "What do you need my pure yin essence for?" she asked, her voice strained. Despite the seemingly brutal state of her body, such injuries were superficial for an immortal like Sun Ling Kai. As long as her dantian and soul remained unharmed, she could easily recover from such injuries. "What do you think? I'm going to use your pure yin essence to refine the key? Are you trying to unseal the demonic realm?" she exclaimed. "Oh, I guess you're not that clueless, after all. Your plan won't succeed. The demon-sealing clan will never allow the demonic realm to open." Sun Ling Kai gritted her teeth. "Ha ha ha! The demon-sealing clan, you speak as if you guys have the same power as before. Without the divine paragon, you guys are powerless. We're not alone. Are you talking about the demon-sealing grotto? Even if there are 100 of you, it won't change anything. If you want to stop us, you better dig the divine paragon out of his grave or something." "Dig the divine paragon from his grave? We never even saw his corpse." Sun Ling Kai sighed inwardly. The divine paragon had vanished without a trace at the end of the demonic era. No matter how many resources were poured into searching for him, not a single clue was ever found. "It may sound insane, but I truly regret that the divine paragon is no longer around," the Demon Emperor said, eyes fixed on the sand-carved ceiling. "The only reason I've made it this far is because of the hatred I bear for that man. I'd give anything to watch him on his knees, begging for his life." "That's not quite right." A new voice echoed through the air, calm yet unmistakably firm. The Demon Emperor's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the masked figure standing silently in the distance. "You're only standing there now because you ran away, tail tucked between your legs like a frightened cat." Yuan spoke calmly as he walked toward them, his eyes fixed on Sun Ling Kai, who was lying on the ground with all of her limbs twisted in a gruesome manner. However, he wasn't too concerned about her condition, since he could tell that her life wasn't in danger. "What happened to the demon I sent after you?" "I can't sense his presence, but there's no way he would have fled." The Demon Emperor questioned Yuan after realizing this, not even entertaining the possibility that the Demon General had been sealed in such a short time by a spirit enlightenment cultivator. "And I can't just ignore what you said. Ran away like a frightened cat? You'll regret those words?" The Demon Emperor remained composed, its calm demeanor betraying utter confidence, like it could crush an insect like Yuan whenever it wished. "Isn't it the truth, though? Once you realized you couldn't defeat me, you, along with Carnage, and that other Demon Emperor, fled like cowards." The Demon Emperor's expression darkened. It wasn't because Yuan had struck a nerve with facts, or that he'd mentioned Demon Emperor Carnage by his demon name, something only very few knew, but because he spoke as if they had been the ones retreating from him, sur theauvelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Xiaoyang? What are you?" Sun Lingtai muttered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yuan met her gaze and said softly, "Thank you for not running away and risking your life to face this Demon Emperor. I'll take it from here." Then, without another word, he raised his hand to his mask and slowly removed it. The moment the Demon Emperor saw Yuan's handsome face, its expression contorted with shock and instinctive fear. Without hesitation, it leapt away from Sun Lingkai's side and distanced itself. "Divine Paragon?" it exclaimed afterward. "Search the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1924, Demon Sealing Sword." Sun Lingtai stared at Yuan's face, stunned. It was identical to the statue enshrined in the Demon Sealing clan's grand library, handsome, timeless, and unmistakable. It had been years since Sun Lingtai last saw Yuan, and in that time he had matured. He no longer merely resembled the divine paragon. He was his exact likeness, down to the last detail. "Founder? That's impossible?" Sun Lingtai had spent many years gazing at the divine paragon's statue since she joined the Demon Sealing clan, and as a painter who painted countless pieces of him, there was no way she could mistake his features. Yet even now she struggled to believe what her eyes were showing her. "Your first instinct is to run again? I thought you wanted to see me, Demon Emperor Slaughter," Yuan said coldly as he walked toward Sun Lingtai's battered body. When Yuan reached her side, he retrieved a recovery pill and gently placed it in her mouth. Just as Sun Lingtai had once been forced to watch the Demon Emperor free the Demon General from his seal, Demon Emperor Slaughter could now only watch helplessly as Yuan healed her, its body paralyzed by fear. "Founder, is it really you? Where have you been this entire time?" Sun Lingtai asked, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. A faint smile touched Yuan's lips as he replied calmly, "I'll explain everything once I've handled our little situation here." After treating Sun Lingkai, Yuan turned to face the Demon Emperor, who looked like it had just seen a ghost. "Why do you look so surprised to see me? Didn't Demon Emperor Carnage tell of my return?" Yuan asked, having assumed the news would have spread after their brief encounter years ago. "Carnage knew? Impossible. We spoke not long ago." "He never mentioned anything about your return," Demon Emperor Slaughter exclaimed. "He didn't? How odd. Well, whatever reason he has for keeping it to himself, I'm not complaining. This works better for me anyway." "You hateful bastard! How the fuck are you still alive? It's been hundreds of millions of years since the demonic era ended. No human should live that long." Yuan narrowed his eyes. "If you demons beings beneath me can live that long, then why shouldn't I? In case you forgot, let me remind you something that I won't take my last breath until I eradicate every single demon in existence." Sure enough, Demon Emperor Slaughter can still vividly recall the divine paragon always uttering such words whenever they clashed. "No, I don't know why you look like the divine paragon, but you can't be him. Right, you're only at the level of spirit enlightenment, and I can tell that's your real cultivation." "Since when did my cultivation ever matter?" Yuan scoffed. "I wiped out half your race before I even stepped into the immortal realm." Demon Emperor Slaughter clenched its jaw in frustration, the bitter memory surfacing once more. During the demonic era, the divine paragon had defied all logic, slaughtering demons with a cultivation far beneath theirs, turning their pride into shame. Unlike battles between cultivators, fighting demons hinged on one thing, the strength of one's demon-sealing aura, and in that regard no one even came close to the divine paragon. Since you refuse to believe I've truly returned, there's only one option left. I'll beat the reality into you. Yuan retrieved the crimson blade from his spatial ring again, the very sword he had used to seal the demon general. That sword, the demon-sealing sword! Demon Emperor Slaughter trembled at the sight of it. That weapon had sealed countless demons, and its presence alone stirred deep ancestral fear within its core. The demon-sealing sword? The strongest of the 3 demon-sealing treasures? Sun Ling Kai gasped, just as stunned by its appearance. No one had seen the legendary weapon since the divine paragon vanished, and most had long believed it was lost with him. Upon sensing the demon emperor's presence, the demon-sealing sword began to tremble, as if quivering with anticipation, eager to taste demonic blood once more. "It's been too long since you had a proper meal, hasn't it?" Yuan murmured to the blade. "Don't worry, I'll give you a feast soon." Yuan then retrieved another treasure from his spatial ring, and it was another ring. That ring! It took her a moment, but Sun Ling Kai recognized the ring. It was a mysterious treasure that had long rested within the demon-sealing clan's grand library treasury. Though its purpose remained unknown, it had astronomical value because it was once owned by the divine paragon. Sure enough, this ring was the unknown sealed ring Yuan had acquired in the demon-sealing clan's grand library treasury for 2,000 points after passing his elite demon-sealer examination, and other than the divine paragon himself, nobody knew of its true purpose. Once the ring was in his grasp, Yuan bit his lip until blood welled up, then pressed a gentle kiss to the surface. "Unknown sealed ring has absorbed your blood. Unknown sealed ring seal has been lifted." Sayer, the novelfire.net website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Unknown sealed ring reveals its true self. The unknown sealed ring suddenly shattered into countless fragments, each shard drawn toward the demon-sealing sword before being absorbed into the blade as if returning to where it truly belonged. After absorbing the ring, the demon-sealing sword erupted with an overwhelming surge of demon-sealing aura. The aura was so potent that it began sealing Demon Emperor Slaughter merely by proximity. Demon-sealing sword has awakened. Demon-sealing sword has changed name, becoming Demon-devouring sword. Demon-devouring sword's grade has increased. Demon-devouring sword grade, celestial quality, peak requirement, can only be wielded by player Yuan. Description: once wielded by the divine paragon, not only does it seal demons, but it can also devour them, using their demonic energy to strengthen itself. Unique ability: when wielding the demon-devouring sword, all demon-sealing techniques will have their power amplified by 666,666. Unique ability 2. The demon-devouring sword can devour demons and their souls, turning them into its own strength. Unique ability 3. You can summon the soul of demons devoured by the demon-devouring sword. Chi consumption increases based on the summoned demon's strength. Unique ability 4. When demon-devouring sword is out, all demons within its vicinity will be greatly weakened, and all demons below Demon Emperor will have their abilities sealed. Chapter 1925, Demon-Devouring Sword. Did you know? The demon-sealing sword was once an ordinary sword that evolved through the demon blood it was constantly soaked in. Yuan calmly revealed this information as he looked at the sword in his grasp. If it hadn't been protected by his demon-sealing aura, the demon-sealing sword would have most likely evolved into a cursed treasure instead. "I need to run." At the sight of the demon-sealing sword, the Demon Emperor abandoned all thoughts of battle. Fear took hold, and it began desperately searching for a way to escape. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the Demon Emperor, a grin tugging at his lips. "That look, trying to run again?" The Demon Emperor's entire being trembled at his words, shock rippling through it. Instinct took over, and it bolted only to crash against an invisible barrier. Yuan had activated the demon-sealing zone long before, silently trapping it within. "Ha ha ha!" Yuan suddenly burst out laughing, his voice loud enough to shake the space around them. "Founder!" Startled, Sun Ling Kai's body jumped slightly. "This is too hilarious. If only you had remained inside your hole after I allowed you to escape the last time, you wouldn't be in this situation, Demon Emperor. If you think you can escape from me a second time, think again." Yuan chased after the Demon Emperor with the demon-devouring sword in his grasp, its blade trembling from anticipation. "Devour this coward." Yuan swung his sword from a distance. In the very next moment, the Demon Emperor's right arm vanished, erased from existence as if devoured by an unseen force. Normally, a wound like this would be meaningless to a demon, as their godlike regeneration would restore the damage in an instant. But this time, the Demon Emperor's arm remained gone as if it had been erased from existence itself. "Fuck you, goddamn bastard, Divine Paragon!" the Demon Emperor roared angrily. Knowing it could not escape, it decided to fight to the death instead and lunged at Yuan. That's more like it. Dragon Transformation. Although Yuan activated Dragon Transformation to bridge the gap in Cultivation, the Demon Emperor still held the advantage, remaining slightly faster and stronger than him. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor was missing a limb, and Yuan's regeneration rivaled Demon's. Of course, Yuan's most significant advantage was his overwhelming demon-sealing aura, which greatly weakened the Demon Emperor's combat prowess. Without it, Yuan wouldn't have stood a chance against it, much less dominate it. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai watched their clash with a dazed, almost dreamlike gaze. When she snapped out of it, she retrieved a blank scroll and her brush. Despite the lingering pain in her still-healing arms, she began to paint, capturing the battle unfolding before her. "This is it. I was born to witness and paint this scene." Sun Ling Kai's eyes sparkled with fervor, her heart pounding, her blood ablaze. Every detail of the battle seared itself into her soul as she poured it all into her painting. As Yuan and the Demon Emperor continued clashing, the sheer force of their battle grew overwhelming. The surrounding landscape began to crumble under the pressure, collapsing in on itself as their power tore through everything in its path. Seeing the devastation unfold, Sun Ling Kai quickly used her spiritual energy to shield the captives from afar, even transporting them to safety. Yet she herself remained in the heart of the battlefield, unmoving, unwilling to miss a single moment, even if it meant risking her life to witness and capture history in the making. "Stop toying with me, Divine Paragon." The Demon Emperor suddenly roared. "It knew Yuan was only messing around since he hasn't used Devour again after the first one. Are you in that much of a hurry to die? Then allow me to fulfill your wish. Devour, devour, devour." In the blink of an eye, the Demon Emperor's remaining limbs were devoured by the demon-devouring sword. What kind of ability is that? Does it have no limit? Sun Ling Kai swallowed hard, her nerves trembling at the demon-devouring sword's godlike power. She had believed herself well versed in its history, having studied every record available. But witnessing it in action shattered that illusion. There was still so much the world didn't know about the Divine Paragon and his demon-sealing treasures. This isn't over yet, Divine Paragon. Even with all its limbs erased from existence, the Demon Emperor refused to yield. Its mutilated form still radiated overwhelming menace and bloodlust. Hovering in the air, its body twisted unnaturally, and from its back 2 massive blood-soaked wings burst forth, beating with raw, defiant fury. Endless slaughter. A crimson barrier, formed from blood and eerily reminiscent of Demon Emperor Carnage's blood sphere, suddenly materialized, encasing both Yuan and the Demon Emperor within its ominous glow. However, before the barrier could fully form, Yuan slashed through it with ease, tearing it apart like fragile paper. "What do you think you're doing?" he said coldly, his voice laced with offense. "That trick might have worked on other demon sealers, but who do you think you're facing? Are you looking down on me, you demon bastard?" "You fucking monster!" The Demon Emperor gritted its teeth. Yuan grinned at its word Search the Novifier, it website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Let me show you what a real monster looks like." With a single vertical slash, Yuan tore through the air, rending open a gap in space itself. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the rift, its presence radiating an ominous aura eerily similar to the Demon Emperor's, heavy with malice and bloodlust. Demon Emperor Slaughter's eyes widened in shock the moment it saw the figure. It wasn't just familiar, it was someone it had once fought alongside, a former comrade from an era long past. Demon Emperor Malice, Demon Emperor Slaughter muttered in a dazed voice. The presence Yuan had summoned with the demon-devouring sword was none other than Demon Emperor Malice, one of the 9 demon emperors he had slain during the demonic era. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1926, Devouring the Demon Emperor. That level of demonic energy, another demon emperor has appeared? What is happening? Sun Ling Kai's jaw dropped after seeing Demon Emperor Malice's sudden appearance. It was so shocking that it forced her to stop painting briefly. You probably already know this, but in case you don't, Malice was the first demon emperor to be slain by me. Although Malice wasn't the strongest amongst the demon emperors, he came the closest to defeating me, mostly because I was still inexperienced back then. Yuan looked back at their battle as his gaze stared at Demon Emperor Malice, who stood there with a blank look on its face, resembling a soulless puppet. He gave a simple gesture, beckoning the figure forward. In response, Demon Emperor Malice stepped toward him and, without hesitation, dropped to its knees, then lowered itself further until it was bowing low, its forearms to the ground in a show of absolute submission. Demon Emperor Slaughter's eyes widened in a mix of shock and fury as it watched Yuan calmly sit atop Demon Emperor Malice's back, using its fellow Demon Emperor as if it were nothing more than a chair. "How dare you?" Demon Emperor Slaughter roared, his aura skyrocketing from rage. "Why wouldn't I dare? Once I devour you in a moment, I'll make you wash my clothes or something." Yuan casually mocked it. "You and I, the Demon Clan, cannot coexist under the same sky." Demon Emperor Slaughter roared, unleashing a torrent of bloodlust so overwhelming it seemed to shake the very air around them. A blood-red aura erupted around Demon Emperor Slaughter as it launched itself at Yuan, recklessly hurling its body forward, completely disregarding its own safety in a frenzy of rage. "Why are you stating the obvious? The first thing you demons did after appearing in our world is treat humans as livestock." Yuan sneered as he stood up from his seat and prepared to face the approaching Demon Emperor. Demon-devouring strike. As the Demon Emperor closed in, Yuan swung the demon-devouring sword without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, mid-attack, the Demon Emperor vanished, its entire existence seemingly erased, as if it had never been there at all. Demon-devouring sword has devoured. Demon Emperor Slaughter can now be summoned through the demon-devouring sword. Demon-devouring sword has refined the demonic energy into spiritual energy, which can be absorbed at any time. Did you defeat the Demon Emperor?" Sun Ling Kai suddenly asked, breaking the silence. "Yes, it's dealt with now," Yuan calmly responded. "No way." Sun Ling Kai swallowed nervously. Despite witnessing it herself, she still couldn't believe how easily Yuan had defeated the Demon Emperor, an existence that could threaten the entire Demon Sealing clan. "Are you okay?" Yuan asked as he approached her. Yes." When Sun Ling Kai realized that she was still sitting on the floor, she quickly stood up. "Thank you for saving my life, Founder. About that Founder thing." Yuan retrieved the necklace Sun Ling Kai had given him before and showed it to her. "Huh?" "That necklace." Sun Ling Kai's eyebrows rose, looking confused, but not because she didn't recognize the necklace. "But I gave that to the little Founder," she muttered. Yuan smiled at her words and explained, "That's right, it's me, Yuan. What?" Sun Ling Kai stared at his handsome face with a dumbfounded expression on her face. "I'm Yuan," he repeated in a firmer tone. The novel Fire. Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But I know what you're thinking. I am Yuan, but I am also the divine paragon. I am his reincarnation. Sun Ling Kai gazed at Yuan. her face blank with disbelief until the weight of what she'd just heard sank in and her expression shifted into utter shock. At that moment, all Sun Ling Kai could think about were the jokes made about Yuan being the reincarnation of the divine paragon because of his uncanny resemblance. What once seemed like idle talk amongst the divine paragon fanatics had turned out to be the truth. "I apologize for tricking you. I had to make sure you were trustworthy since my existence could drastically affect everyone in the Demon Sealing clan." Sun Ling Kai shook her head and said, "You don't have to apologize." "I completely understand. However, I must ask, does Senior Sister Yan know about this?" "Yes, she knows of my true identity, and you're the second person within the Demon Sealing clan to know." Wait a second. Is that why she started gathering people?" He nodded and explained, "We plan on removing the current clan leader from his position. That's why she's gathering trustworthy people." "Qian Chu? Is there any particular reason why? Of course, I don't have any issues with it. In fact, I believe you should lead the Demon Sealing clan again. Do you remember that incident during the Supreme Demon Sealer examination?" "Of course. It only happened a few years ago, and because of that incident, our relationship with the Demon Sealing Grotto has hit rock bottom. We're on the verge of war right now." "No, we're already past that point." "Well, I don't know why, but Qian Chu planned that to happen. Moreover, there's something off about him. I can't pinpoint it, but that's what my instincts are telling me." "Are you saying that Qian Chu, the current leader of the Demon Sealing clan, is a demon?" Sun Ling Kai exclaimed. "No, there's no proof that he's a demon, nor am I saying he's a demon, however. There's definitely something odd about his existence. I'll try to look deeper into it once I reach the seventh heaven. Is there anything I can do to help you? Although my abilities as a demon sealer may be lacking, there should be something I can do to help. Since Senior Sister Yan has decided to fight against the clan leader, I cannot sit back and do nothing. You want to help, huh? I'm not sure what to tell you, but if you want, you can go talk to Yanhara. I'm sure she'll have an idea." "Okay," Sun Ling Kai eagerly nodded. Chapter 1927. Returning to the Frozen Cloud, Ethereal Sect. "By the way, why are you hiding your identity, even going as far as to wear a mask?" Sun Ling Sai asked Yuan when he wore his mask again. "Do you remember that demon the Nine Heavens Law and Order warned you about? That ridiculous and unbelievable existence. What about it?" "Well, that demon is me," Yuan calmly revealed. "What?" Sun Ling Sai exclaimed loudly, her eyes wide with shock. "They mistook me for a demon because of my regenerative abilities." Yuan shrugged. "Did you really kill one of them, if you hadn't done that?" "Yes, I did kill one of them. They wouldn't listen to me and got on my nerves." Sun Ling Kai then spoke in a cold voice. "Those bastards dared to call the founder of the Demon Sealing clan a demon. You should have killed all of them." Yuan smiled and said, "Let's continue our conversation later. There are still people waiting for us to return." Okay, sometime later, Yuan and Sun Ling Sai returned to the captive's side. Moreover, before then, Yuan devoured the demon general who was only sealed. "The demons have been dealt with. Right now, we'll take you to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, where we will sort everything out and help you return to your home," Sun Ling Sai said to the captives, who immediately began crying from an overwhelming sense of relief. Sun Ling Kai retrieved her flying treasure, which could have its size adjusted, and made it spacious enough to carry everyone there. Once the captives were on the flying treasure, they began their journey back to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. It didn't take long for them to uncover solid evidence implicating the entire Cheng family and Ling family in the cult's activities. As for Red Saber Mountain and Purple Rain Monastery, the investigation revealed that only a handful of individuals were involved, and the sects themselves were not wholly complicit. Due to the incident, both the Cheng family and the Ling family were executed. Once Yuan and Sun Ling Tai arrived at their destination, the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect immediately began assisting the captives in reuniting with their families. Fortunately, those who had been kidnapped from the sect were still alive and among the rescued. "I cannot thank you enough for your help, Senior Sun." Sect leader Yun bowed to her. I didn't do much. In fact, found Xiao Yang here did most of the work, Sun Ling Kai said. That's not true. It was Senior Sun who defeated the demons. I merely assisted her. Yuan shook his head. Demons? You encountered demons? Sect leader Yun exclaimed in shock. Yes, there were 2 of them. Fortunately, they weren't anything special, or we wouldn't have been able to return in one piece. Yuan and Sunling Sai agreed to keep the appearance of the Demon Emperor a secret for now. After all, no one would believe that the 2 of them had defeated both a Demon Emperor and a Demon General, and it would attract unwanted attention to Yuan. As for the captives, they knew almost nothing about demons and couldn't distinguish their ranks. Because of that, Yuan wasn't concerned about them revealing the truth. Anyway, I have dealt with the demons, and I even learned something about the reason behind their unusual activities, so I will be returning to the Demon Sealing Clan soon, Sun Ling Kai said. Before leaving, Sun Ling Kai and Yuan had one last private conversation. I am allowed to let the Demon Sealing Clan know about the demons' motives, right? Of course I won't mention anything about the Demon Emperor, Sun Ling Kai asked. Yuan nodded. Yes, go ahead and tell them. We must stop the demons from unsealing the demon realm at all costs. However, Yuan then said, actually, regarding the demon realm, I also plan on unsealing it. What? Why would you do something like that? Ah, I am not questioning your decision. I just want to know your reasoning so that I can better understand it. Search the novel Ivor, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Regardless of the demon's motives, it's true that the seal to the demon realm isn't everlasting. It will eventually break, and once it does, we'll have another war with the demons, unless all demons are defeated. Including those in the demon realm, we will never truly be safe. Since it will eventually open, I might as well open it myself. Also, the demons will continue to kidnap and sacrifice humans until they achieve their goal. I see, that makes sense. In that case, maybe it'd be better to not let the Demon Sealing Clan know about it. They will definitely increase the security of the demon realm once they learn about the demon's plan to unseal it. It would make for a good distraction. I don't intend on unsealing the demon realm until I take care of Qian Chu anyway. Ah, I cannot wait to see you lead the Demon Sealing Clan again, Sun Ling Kai muttered with a dreamy look on her face. Yuan chuckled and said, But I don't have any intention of leading the Demon Sealing Clan. What? If you don't, who will replace Qian Chu? Yan Hara? I am going to make her the next leader. No way, then, what are you going to do? I have countless other things to do. Moreover, the Demon Sealing Clan will become obsolete once there are no longer any demons left. That won't happen. Even if there are no more demons left in this world, the Demon Sealing Clan will not perish. I didn't say they'll disappear, they'll just lose their purpose and will have to find other things to focus on. That's Sun Ling Kai couldn't refute this inevitability. I guess we'll have to figure it out once we get there. Anyway, is there really nothing I can do to help you before I leave? Unless you can help me improve my cold immunity or enter the 7th heaven in complete secrecy, I can't think of anything else, he said. Your cold immunity? Sun Ling Kai raised her eyebrows. Chapter 1928, Yuan's Heavenly Tribulation. Is that why you were at the extreme Yin Lake, to improve your cold immunity? Sun Ling Kai asked. That's right. I need to train my body in a place with extremely strong yin qi. Not Sun Ling Tsai pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I might be able to help you in this regard. She retrieved a scrolled painting from her spatial ring and continued. This is one of my masterpieces. It's called The Cold That Cuts Heaven, and I painted it when I visited the White Hell, one of 4 forbidden zones within the 9 heavens. White Hell? What kind of place is that? Yuan asked, his curiosity sparked upon learning it was one of the 4 gateways to hell, much like the Vanishing Valley. It's a land where the snow never stops falling, a world buried in endless white, which is how it got its name, Sun Ling Kai explained. It's also one of the coldest places in the 9 heavens. Even immortals can freeze to death there. I see. So how exactly will that painting help me improve my cold immunity? Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. In response, Sun Ling Kai unfurled the scroll. The moment it opened, a wave of chilling aura surged out, instantly filling the room with an icy presence so intense that frost began creeping across the walls, freezing everything in sight. Seer, Tho, Novel, if ire not website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the painting itself, it depicted the peak of a towering snowy mountain, majestic and desolate, its summit shrouded in swirling frost, capturing the very essence of an eternal winter. This is one of many snowy mountains within White Hell, Sun Ling Kai explained. I can send people inside, and the environment and temperature are nearly identical to the real thing. If you're looking to train your cold immunity, this is the perfect place training inside a painting, huh? That's a first for me, Yuan said, raising an eyebrow with mild amusement. Sun Ling Kai offered an awkward smile. To be honest, this painting was originally meant to trap enemies. It's more of a torture chamber than a training ground. That's fine by me. The harsher the environment, the faster my cold immunity will improve, Sun Ling Kai added. Also, you're trying to reach the seventh heaven without drawing attention, right? I haven't tested it before, but in theory I might be able to smuggle you in using this method. Oh? Since I don't know if it'll actually work, I am going to try it out on someone else first, she continued. I'll just find someone who's willing to participate in this experiment and take them to the seventh heaven with me when I visit the Demon Sealing Clan's headquarters. After I finish reporting to the Demon Sealing Clan, I will return here to help you with your cold immunity training, she explained. All right. Then I will wait for you here at the sect. How long do you think it'll take for you to return? Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before responding, It shouldn't take longer than a month. Then I will see you in a month. Sun Ling Kai left the frozen cloud ethereal sect shortly after. Before heading to the seventh heaven, Sun Ling Kai went to look for a guinea pig for her experiment. After some thinking, she went to a prominent family in the sixth heaven and offered one of her treasured paintings to whoever was willing to assist her experiment. Due to Sun Ling Kai's reputation, she didn't have any issue gaining their trust, and with such an attractive offer, it didn't take long before she acquired a volunteer. Once prepared, Sun Ling Kai transferred the volunteer into one of her paintings, before making her way to the stairway to heaven. However, she was unable to ascend to the seventh heaven because the stairway to heaven had detected the volunteer's presence within her treasure. So I can't use the stairway to heaven, huh? Fortunately, Sun Ling Kai was not out of options. After the attempt to smuggle a volunteer through the stairway to heaven failed, Sun Ling Kai retrieved a rare and valuable treasure, one that allowed her to return directly to the seventh heaven without relying on the stairway to heaven. It was a one-time use teleportation treasure, capable of sending its user to any previously marked location. Unlike most teleportation treasures, which were restricted to the same or lower realm, this one had no limitations. Despite its rarity and staggering cost, Sun Ling Kai didn't hesitate to use it for her experiment. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai returned to the seventh heaven. After her return, she immediately retrieved her painting and the volunteer from it. It worked, she cried inwardly after seeing the volunteer in perfect condition. Now I just need to return to the sixth heaven and do it again with the founder. Meanwhile, as he waited for Sun Ling Kai's return, Yuan absorbed the spiritual energy refined by the demon-devouring sword. You have reached the 9th level, Spirit Enlightenment. After reaching the peak of Spirit Enlightenment, Yuan pondered whether he should attempt to enter the Divine Realm. If I'm going to enter the seventh heavens soon, I should enter the Divine Realm before I do so. Hopefully my physique won't prevent me from doing so. Yuan closed his eyes and began attempting to enter the Divine Realm. You are attempting to enter the Divine Realm? You have evoked heavenly tribulation, Minner. Hearing the notifications, Yuan opened his eyes. Heavenly tribulation, huh? He wasn't surprised that he had evoked a heavenly tribulation, since every cultivator had to face a minor tribulation to ascend from the spirit realm to the divine realm. Just as Yuan stood up and prepared to leave his living quarters to confront the heavenly tribulation, another notification appeared. Celestial Emperor's curse has been activated. Due to the Celestial Emperor's curse, the heavenly tribulation has been affected, becoming more fierce. Heavenly tribulation major prepares to descend. Meanwhile, the skies above the frozen cloud ethereal sect darkened as ominous black clouds gathered overhead. Thunder rumbled in the distance, its echo rolling across the land, audible from miles away. Heavenly tribulation! Someone triggered a heavenly tribulation. The disciples were shocked and alerted by the phenomenon, chapter 1929, entering the divine realm. Yuan stared at the new notifications with raised eyebrows. He didn't know the Celestial Emperor's curse had such an effect since it wasn't mentioned in its description. Heavenly tribulation, major descends. Before Yuan could even step outside or prepare himself, the heavenly tribulation struck without warning. The dark clouds above the frozen cloud, ethereal sect, roared with fury as a colossal bolt of lightning, large enough to engulf an entire building, crashed down, striking both Yuan and his house in a blinding explosion of light and power. The house was instantly vaporized by the heavenly tribulation. Yet, despite the overwhelming power of the strike, the nearby buildings remained untouched. The destruction was eerily precise, confined solely to Yuan's house, as if the heavenly tribulation possessed a will of its own, targeting only its intended prey. Heavens, that power! This is a major heavenly tribulation. Is someone attempting to break their mortal shackles right now? The disciples scattered in panic, fleeing as far as they could from the terrifying display in the sky. Normally, only those who had committed grave offenses against the heavens, or those attempting to ascend into the immortal realm, would trigger a major heavenly tribulation. The sheer scale of what they were witnessing filled them with dread and awe. Yuan, are you okay? Jimei Li and Tan Songyun, who lived in separate buildings beside Yuan's, rushed out the moment they sensed the commotion. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw that Yuan's house had vanished, replaced by a smoldering crater where it once stood. "It's a heavenly tribulation, a major one at that," Tan Songyun exclaimed after seeing the darkened sky. "But why did one appear now, and why did it target him?" A moment later, a figure suddenly leapt from the crater, rising into the sky with effortless grace. It was Yuan, and to everyone's astonishment he looked completely unscathed, as if the heavenly tribulation hadn't touched him at all. Flawless heavenly physique has negated heavenly tribulation. Major, flawless heavenly physique has absorbed heavenly tribulation. Major. Because the heavenly tribulation was lightning attributed, it was useless against Yuan's flawless heavenly physique. The divine energy that would have devastated others merely washed over him without leaving a mark. Sear novel off ire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Don't worry, I am fine. I have experienced worse in the primal expanse, Yuan said. Heavenly tribulation, major, prepares to descend again. As if provoked by Yuan's words, the heavenly tribulation rumbled furiously in response, gathering its power once more as it prepared to unleash a second, even more furious strike. Seeing this, Yuan said to the others, "It'll attack again soon. You should leave Jimei Li and Tan Songyun, listened to his advice, and got away right before the second lightning bolt descended." Boom! The second bolt struck with far greater fury than the first, its destructive power obliterating everything around Yuan. The ground was reduced to scorched, blackened earth, yet Yuan remained unfazed even after being struck by such a powerful force. Flawless heavenly physique has negated heavenly tribulation. Major. Flawless heavenly physique has absorbed heavenly tribulation. Major. In fact, it only made him stronger. You have stepped into the divine realm and reached first-level divine warrior. Yuan could feel his spiritual energy and overall prowess skyrocketing. The leap from the spirit realm to the divine realm was staggering, an unfathomable gap like the distance between heaven and earth. He looked toward the sky and spoke. "Is this all you got? If so, get lost, due to player Yuan's provocation. Heavenly tribulation major has increased in fierceness." Heavenly tribulation supreme prepares to descend. Purple lightning danced across the dark sky, writhing around like snakes. When the spectators saw this, their eyes widened with disbelief. Supreme heavenly tribulation? I have only ever heard about this level of heavenly tribulation from others. I never thought it would appear in the sixth heaven. Sect leader Yun nearly fell on her buttocks from shock. A supreme heavenly tribulation was powerful enough to obliterate even immortals, after all. Eventually, the third strike descended, an immense bolt of lightning so vast it lit up the entire sky before crashing down on Yuan. The impact was catastrophic, destroying every building and object within a 10-mile radius. Fortunately, the disciples had evacuated long before, and despite the destruction, there were no casualties. Lawless heavenly physique has absorbed heavenly tribulation. Supreme. You have reached second-level divine warrior. Ahaha. Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. Thanks for the boost, you sore loser. Keep coming at me if you dare. The clouds rumbled once more, echoing the heavens' fury at Yuan's continued provocation. But no further strike came. As much as the heavenly tribulation burned with the desire to smite him again, it was bound by its own laws. Yuan had withstood its wrath and survived the tribulation. If the heavens wished to challenge him again, they would have to wait for the next appointed time. For now he had earned his qualifications to be in the divine realm. You have earned the title One Who Dares to Provoke the Heavens. You have earned the title One Who Dares to Mock the Heavens. Eventually, the dark clouds looming over the frozen cloud ethereal sect began to fade, slowly dissolving into the heavens. Moments later, a clear blue sky emerged. Ixi Mei, Tan Songyun, and sect leader Yun approached Yuan shortly afterward.
You? What did you do to summon a supreme heavenly tribulation?
Tan Songyun demanded answers, her voice trembling with disbelief. And how are you completely unscathed? As an immortal herself, Tan Songyun had endured a supreme heavenly tribulation, and had barely survived. The memory of it still haunted her, making Yuan's effortless survival all the more unfathomable. The heavenly tribulation appeared because I was attempting to enter the divine realm. Yuan calmly explained. Divine realm? That would only summon a minor heavenly tribulation, major heavenly tribulation at most for those with heaven-defying talents. However, what you summoned was the supreme heavenly tribulation, which only appears when a bronze immortal attempts to become a silver immortal, Tan Songyun said. Chapter 1930, A Month of Cultivation. Yuan shrugged and said, It became more powerful when I provoked it. You provoked the heavenly tribulation? Not even a madman would dare to do something so insane. Tan Songyun's jaw dropped at this information. Anyway, Yuan turned to face sect leader Yun and bowed to her. I apologize for summoning the heavenly tribulation right in the middle of your sect, even destroying a portion of it. Sect leader Yun snapped out of her daze and shook her head before saying, It's fine. The destroyed property can be fixed. As long as nobody was hurt, I couldn't care less. Moreover, you saved several of our disciples. The least I can do is overlook something this minor. Thank you, Yuan said. Now then, since all of our guest houses are destroyed, you can stay at my place for now. It's big enough to accommodate all of you with ease, too. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan and the others moved into sect leader Yun's living quarters. I can't believe you're already at the second level of divine warrior when you were only at the second level of spirit enlightenment yesterday. Tan Songyun sighed in a heavy voice. Yuan smiled and said, It's only the divine warrior realm. I'm going to push my cultivation as much as possible before we go to the seventh heaven. Isn't it bad for your body to rush through so many cultivation levels so quickly? She merely asked Sirth the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. For normal people, yes. However, my physique is unique, and I have already reached these levels before, several times at that. Looks like our distance will widen even more now, she sighed. Hearing this, Yuan retrieved a monster core that once belonged to an immortal-level magical beast and offered it to her. You can cultivate too. That's an immortal-level monster core. Where did you get such a thing? That level of magical beasts shouldn't exist below the seventh heaven. Tan Song-yoon asked. No, there's one place where you can find immortal-level magical beasts, the Vanishing Valley. The Forbidden Zone? You actually visited such a dangerous place? Tan Song-yoon swallowed nervously. If she was given the opportunity to go to the Vanishing Valley, she would, without a doubt, refuse. Sometime later, Yuan entered his room and resumed his cultivation. Instead of consuming monster cores, Yuan chose to absorb the spiritual energy stored within the demon-devouring sword first, since the sword held an enormous reserve of spiritual energy gathered during the demonic era. You have reached 3rd level Divine Warrior. You have reached 9th level Divine Warrior. You have reached 5th level Divine Master. You have reached 9th level Divine Master. You have reached 1st level Divine Grand Master. Although Yuan had reached the Divine Grand Master realm, absorbing spiritual energy manually from the demon-devouring sword was a slow process. Unlike consuming monster cores, which could instantly boost his cultivation, this method required patience and time. Of course, that was only considered slow by Yuan's standards. Compared to other cultivators, his cultivation speed was nothing short of absurd, practically defying common sense. You have reached 4th level Divine Lord. You have reached 9th level Divine Lord. You have reached 1st level Divine King. In just a single month, Yuan had advanced from the Spirit Enlightenment realm all the way to the Divine King realm, a feat that would be unthinkable for even geniuses. And he had done it while under the effects of the Celestial Emperor's curse, which slowed his cultivation speed by 99%. However, Yuan wasn't the only one whose cultivation surged. Lan Yingying, who received a portion of the spiritual energy Yuan absorbed through her supreme seal, had also advanced rapidly, reaching the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm. But unlike Yuan, such rapid progress came with risks. Advancing too quickly could destabilize her foundation and harm her cultivation. To protect her, Yuan sealed her supreme seal, halting her progress while he continued to cultivate. As for Feng Yuxiang, her cultivation had risen to the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. However, this wasn't newfound growth, but merely the restoration of the strength she had once lost, and the supreme seal only quickened that recovery. Meanwhile, Sunling Kai returned to the demon-sealing clan and reported her findings. She revealed her encounter with 2 demons in the 6th heaven and their disturbing plan to unseal the demon realm using a key forged from the sacrifices of innocent maidens. This revelation sent a wave of alarm through the entire demon-sealing clan. Anything concerning the demon realm was considered highly sensitive and potentially catastrophic. Thus, to prevent the demons from achieving their goal, the demon-sealing clan declared the eradication of the demon worshippers their top priority. While they had kept a watchful eye on the cult in the past, they had never fully committed their resources. As for the search for the so-called demon who had killed a cultivator from the 9 Heavens Law and Order, the demon-sealing clan chose to suspend the investigation for now. With the threat of the demon realm's unsealing looming, their priorities had shifted. After completing her report, Sunling Kai wasted no time and went to look for Yan Hara. With the demon-sealing clan having recalled most of their demon sealers to address the crisis, it didn't take long for her to locate her. "Senior Sister Yan, can you spare me some of your time? I have something important to tell you." "Sure. Let's go to my office." Once they entered Yan Hara's office and closed the door, Sunling Kai retrieved a painting from her spatial ring and said, "I painted this during my travel to the 6th heaven. When I encountered the demons, when she revealed the painting of Yuan fighting the demon emperor, Yan Hara's eyes widened with surprise. Huh, wait a second, isn't that?" The first thing Yan Hara noticed was Yuan's handsome face. Yes, it's the founder, or should I call him Little Founder? Yan Hara's entire body stiffened at such words. She swallowed nervously before asking in a shaky voice, "What are you trying to say?" "Judging by your reaction, I think you know exactly what I'm trying to say," Sunling Kai responded with a teasing smile. Chapter 1931, Demon Sealing Clan's Highest Priority. I don't know what you're talking about," Yan Hara exclaimed, slamming her hand on the desk as she shot to her feet. Her voice trembled, and the panic in her eyes was impossible to miss. Sun Ling Kai chuckled. You're really cute when you panic, Senior Sister Yan. You're also very bad at acting. Who are you trying to fool with that kind of reaction? Anyway, I know that the little founder is the divine paragon's reincarnation. Yanhara's entire body trembled at such words. How did you? Relax, the little founder told me himself. You met Yuan? Where and when did you meet him? I was with him right before I returned to the Demon Sealing clan. Ah, he's in the 6th heaven right now. He's in the 6th heaven already? Despite knowing that Yuan was the divine paragon's reincarnation, Yanhara was still surprised by his fast progress. Yes, and he'll be arriving at the 7th heaven soon. In that case, I must head down to the 7th heaven to meet him as soon as possible. Slow down a bit, Senior Sister Yan. I still have a lot to tell you. Oh, right. I heard you dealt with 2 demons before returning. Was he with you at that time? Sun Ling Tsai nodded with a somewhat bitter look on her face and said, Honestly, he was the one who dealt with the demons. Eh? Yanhara's eyebrows rose in a questioning manner. I altered my report to protect the little, the founder. In truth, the demons weren't ordinary demons. One was a demon general, and the other was a demon emperor. A demon emperor? Yanhara exclaimed, nearly falling on her buttocks from shock. The founder called it Demon Emperor Slaughter. If it weren't for the founder, I would have died that day. So he's powerful enough to defeat a demon emperor by himself now. Yanhara clenched her fists in excitement. He didn't just defeat the demon emperor, he practically toyed with it. I have never seen anyone mess with a demon like that before, much less a demon emperor. Sun Ling Tsai sighed as she recalled their fight. I am going to need you to tell me everything that happened from the beginning to end without missing a single detail. Yanhara spoke with a serious look on her face. Sun Ling Tsai nodded. Once they were seated, tea in hand, Sun Ling Tsai began recounting everything to Yanhara in vivid detail. She left nothing out. Starting from her arrival at the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, to witnessing Yuan confront the demon worshippers, and finally his battle with and victory over the demon emperor. Yanhara's body trembled with delight as she listened. Ah, he's truly grown into an unfathomable individual since I last saw him. I cannot wait to see him again, she muttered in a daze. Also, I can't believe he turned out to be the demon we've spent the last several years searching for. It's no wonder he'd hide his identity from you. Sun Ling Kai then spoke. Oh, right. When I asked him if I could be of any assistance, he asked me to ask you assistance, huh? Actually, I do need some help. I've been thinking about recruiting people outside our clan to my group, and you, who have more influence than me outside the Demon Sealing clan, can help me do that. Search the noveller.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You're trying to dethrone Qian Chu, right? Why would outsiders matter in the Demon Sealing clan's affairs? Sun Ling Kai asked. You're not thinking far enough? While an outsider may have no say in our affairs, do you think Qian Chu will peacefully hand over his position to us? Probably not. We all know how obsessive he is with his position. He might even fight us to death if it means protecting his position. Yanhara nodded and continued. And once he starts fighting, those on his side will join. Qian Chu has over half of the Demon Sealing clan's support. If we want to defeat him, we'll need external help. That might be true now, but if the founder reveals himself, I'm sure most of them would switch sides, said Sun Ling Kai. That's very possible, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. That makes sense. When will you be returning to the 6th heaven? Yanhara then asked. Right after the Demon Sealing clan's meeting. All right. A few days later, the Demon Sealing clan started their major meeting, drawing participation from nearly all of its demon sealers, regardless of rank or status. The topic was about Sun Ling Kai's report on the demons' plans to unseal the demon realm. During my encounter with the demons, I questioned their reason for kidnapping maidens, and it told me that they were making a key to open the demon realm. A tense atmosphere filled the place when Sun Ling Kai mentioned the demon realm. If the demon realm were ever unsealed, the 9 heavens would, without a doubt, experience another demonic era, and nobody there wanted such a thing to happen. We must stop that from happening at all costs. If the seal to the demon realm ever unseals, countless people will die. That's right. We have to do something about this. Isn't that obvious? The meeting was brief and to the point. Qianchu issued a firm directive. The demon worshippers were now the highest priority. All demon sealers were to remain vigilant and travel the 9 heavens while giving special attention to any cases involving kidnappings and places with high numbers of missing people. At the end, Qianchu also announced that he would be away from the demon sealing clan for some time, but he didn't go into details or even mention why he'd be away. However, nobody there questioned him. Yanhara wanted to question him, but she didn't want to attract more attention to herself right now. However, she did task someone from her group to follow Qianchu and report all of his activities to her. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1932, Supreme Cold Immunity. After the meeting, Sun Ling Tai and Yan Hara met up one more time before Sun Ling Tai made her way back to the 6th heaven. In the 6th heaven, before heading back to the Frozen Cloud ethereal sect to meet with Yuan, Sun Ling Kai dropped off the volunteer back at his home. Wow, what happened here? Did a demon attack your sect while I was gone? Sun Ling Kai was dumbfounded by the destruction in the sect and asked sect leader Yun. No, a supreme heavenly tribulation occurred when Xiao Yang attempted to break through to the divine realm. Supreme heavenly tribulation? But that's usually only reserved for immortals. Is he okay? Sun Ling Kai was greatly shocked by this news. Although she was confident in Yuan's abilities as the divine paragon's reincarnation, she was still worried he might not be able to handle a supreme heavenly tribulation that threatened even immortals like her. He's fine. Hell, he emerged from it unscathed. Unscathed? Is that even possible? Sun Ling Kai stared at the sect leader with a dumbfounded look on her pretty face. How did he do it? You're asking the wrong person, sect leader Yun shrugged before continuing. I don't know how he did it, but he treated the supreme heavenly tribulation as if it was a joke. Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before muttering, I can only think of one possibility. He'd achieved the legendary heavenly physique that grants immunity to lightning. Heavenly physique? That's impossible, sect leader Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Most cultivators only cultivate a single elemental immunity in their life because it takes a lifetime to train even one. She already knew Yuan possessed cold immunity, so the thought of him having another defied all reason. Moreover, lightning immunity was the hardest immunity to train, and the number of people who have achieved heavenly physique since the beginning of time could be counted on one hand. Impossible. Nothing is impossible for the found. Him? Found? Sect leader Yun raised an eyebrow. Anyway, where's Xiao Yang? He's currently staying at my place. Sect leader Yun brought Sun Ling Sai back to her living quarters shortly after. Welcome back. How did it go? Yuan asked her once they were alone. It worked. I managed to bring someone from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven, even the 8th heaven. I tried going through the stairway to heaven at first, but that didn't work out, so I had to use a treasure. Anyway, when do you want to go to the 7th heaven? I'll go right after I finish training my cold immunity. Sun Ling Tai suddenly went silent. Is something wrong? Yuan asked. Huh? Oh, nothing's wrong. I was just wondering if you truly have the heavenly physique or not. Heavenly physique? I have it, Yuan admitted. How old are you in this life, again? I'm still in my 20s in this life. Your 20s? And you already have the heavenly physique and cold immunity? Sun Ling Kai exclaimed in a terrified voice. Seeing how she reacted, Yuan didn't dare to reveal that he also had poison immunity and fire immunity. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai said, by the way, I spoke with senior sister Yan. She said that she'd like to meet you once you arrive at the 7th heaven. Yuan nodded. Sure, all right. When do you wish to start your training? I'd like to start now, if you don't mind. I understand. Seer, Tho Oval Fire Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sun Ling Tai proceeded to retrieve the painting, The Cold That Cuts Heaven, and opened it, instantly turning the room into an ice chamber. "I'll be watching over you constantly, so if you need anything, just shout it out loud," she said. Yuan nodded and said, "All right, don't take me out unless I tell you to, even if it looks bad." "Okay. I'll send you inside the painting now." Sun Ling Kai lightly tapped Yuan's shoulder with her brush, its tip glowing with profound energy. Then, with a graceful motion, she drew the brush toward the painting. In the next instant, Yuan's figure was pulled into the scroll, vanishing into the painted world as if swallowed by it. "You have entered the cold that cuts heaven." After entering the painting, Yuan found himself standing atop the very snowy mountain depicted in the scroll. The world around him was blanketed in endless white sky, ground and horizon blending together in a frozen stillness. Despite having super-cold resistance, he could feel the bitter chill biting into his skin, the cold so intense it began to creep into his veins, threatening to freeze his blood solid, yet he did nothing to fight it. "Your cold resistance has improved significantly." Within moments, the frigid air overwhelmed him. A thick layer of ice rapidly formed over his body, sealing him completely. In the blink of an eye, Yuan stood frozen, transformed into a statue of ice, motionless amidst the endless snow. Sun Ling Kai, who was watching this, immediately wondered if she should take Yuan out of the painting. No, although his entire body is frozen, his heart is still beating. Time flowed quietly in the frozen world, and 3 full months had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Yuan remained unchanged, still encased in ice, unmoving, as though time itself had forgotten him. "Your skill, super cold immunity, has developed into supreme cold immunity. At long last, the ice encasing Yuan began to crack thin fractures, spreading like spiderwebs across its surface. Moments after attaining supreme cold immunity, a surge of energy pulsed through his body, and with a sharp burst he shattered the frozen shell around him, breaking free from his long, silent imprisonment. "If I want to reach the next level, I'll need to visit the real white hell." While he could continue training inside the painting and achieve the next level, it would take too much time, hence why he decided to stop there. "I'm ready to leave." Yuan lifted his head toward the sky and spoke loudly. A moment later, Yuan felt a profound energy wrap around him, and in the blink of an eye, the icy world vanished. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room. Before him, Sun Ling Kai sat quietly in front of the painting with a relieved smile on her face. Chapter 1933, Arriving at the Seventh Heaven. "How did it go?" "I hope you've achieved satisfactory results," Sun Ling Kai said. "How long have I been inside the painting?" Yuan asked. "A little over 3 months." "I see it wasn't too bad. However, if I want to advance further, I'd need to visit the real white hell personally." "Seriously? I know you have cold immunity, but that place is so dangerous that even those with cold immunity aren't safe." "Then how did you manage to paint this painting there?" Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. "Did you think I went there alone?" "I had assistance from the Sun God's temple." "They have a treasure that can protect you from the weather in white hell. However, even that treasure has its limits. Otherwise, I would have gone deeper inside the white hell. Is that so? Well, I'm going there to train, so any protection will only hinder my progress. Where can I find the place?" "You can find it in the 7th heaven." "That's great. I'll head over there once I am finished with my other business," said Yuan. "So, are you ready to head to the 7th heaven?" "I am, but let me talk to Shi Meili and Tan Song-yun, too." Sometime later, Yuan revealed his plan to enter the 7th heaven through Sun Ling Kai. "Are we leaving now?" Shi Meili asked. Yuan nodded. Tan Song-yun then said, "In that case, I'll have to leave your group for some time. I need to speak with my faction leader. So I'll return to my faction for some time. Once I am done, I'll find you again." "Are you sure? What if I do something bad while you're away?" Yuan teased. Tan Song-yun stared at him with narrowed eyes for a moment before sighing. Then she spoke in a defeated tone. "Fine, I admit that I was wrong about you. However, I will need some time to accept it, as I have spent the last several thousand years blinded by hatred. This is one of the main reasons why she decided to leave the group temporarily, as she needed time to clear her mind. Sir, the Novel.air net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I don't blame you. The only one at fault is the individual who started spreading those false rumors. Tan Songyun nodded. By the way, since I have already been to the seventh heaven, I can go there by myself, so I won't be coming with you, she said a moment later. I understand. Until next time. Tan Songyun left the frozen cloud ethereal sect shortly after. Sun Ling Kai was very curious about their relationship, but not wanting to appear nosy, she decided to stay silent. Stay here for a bit. I have to go outside for a moment, Yuan said to them before leaving the house. Yin, Yang, are you here? A moment later, two cloaked figures appeared before Yuan. We are at your service. I will be heading to the seventh heaven soon. Will you be able to follow me there? He asked. We can follow you all the way to the ninth heaven. That's good. By the way, do you know anything about the Dragon Spiral Mountain located within the seventh heaven? Yang spoke first. The Dragon Spiral Mountain in the seventh heaven is currently under the control of the Holy Dragon clan. Their bloodline ranks among the top 3 royal bloodlines of all dragon bloodlines. Yin followed. They're extremely reclusive and seldom leave their territory. Naturally, that also means they rarely accept visitors. Is that so? After his conversation with Yin and Yang ended, Yuan returned inside the house and said, All right, I am ready. Let's head to the seventh heaven. Sun Ling Kai retrieved a painting shortly after and sent Yuan and Shi Meili inside it. I'll let you know when we arrive. It won't take long. After putting away the painting, Sun Ling Kai notified sect leader Yun of their departure, before retrieving a treasure that brought her to the seventh heaven and used it without hesitation. Once they arrived in the seventh heaven, Sun Ling Kai brought Yuan and Shi Meili out of the painting. Welcome to the seventh heaven, she said to them. Wow, I thought the spiritual energy was already impressive enough in the sixth heaven, but it cannot even compare to the spiritual energy in the seventh heaven. Shi Meili muttered with a dazed look on her face. She could feel her cultivation improve significantly with every breath. Not just spiritual energy. The immortal qi here is also incomparably more abundant, said Sun Ling Kai. Immortal qi, I guess we'll be encountering immortals now. Shi Meili swallowed nervously. That's right. After all, there is no longer any restriction to one's cultivation from the seventh heaven and onwards. In fact, you could even encounter a cultivation god in the seventh heaven. Sun Ling Kai continued. Also, unlike the first heaven to sixth heaven, traveling between the seventh heaven and ninth heaven is much easier and much less restrictive. So, what are you going to do now? Sun Ling Kai and Shi Meili looked at Yuan. As much as I want to head straight to the Dragon Spiral Mountain immediately, I need to prepare myself a little. Yuan looked at Sun Ling Kai and continued, Can you help me with my training? Of course. What kind of training? I want to be able to use immortal qi, huh? But immortal qi is something you can use only after you become an immortal. It's not something that can be attained from effort and training alone. Yuan smiled and exuded some of his incomplete immortal qi. Sun Ling Kai nearly jumped from shock. Immortal qi! It's not perfect, but it's definitely immortal qi. How is that even possible? Nothing is impossible for him, Shi Meili chuckled. After snapping out of her daze, Sun Ling Kai asked, How do I help you? It's quite simple. You just need to keep attacking me with your immortal qi, he said. Her eyes widened with disbelief. You want me to attack you with immortal qi? I can't do something like that. Don't worry. I won't die. That's not the issue. You're telling a divine paragon fanatic to attack the divine paragon. How will I be able to face the others after knowing what I have done? That's your worry. Yuan was speechless. Please, I'll do anything but that. But you're the only one here who can train me. Or are you telling me to wander this place that's teeming with immortals without being able to use immortal qi? That's... Oh, right, Senior Sister Yan will be here soon. You can ask her to help you. Her immortal qi is much stronger than mine, too. Yan Hara? She's coming here. Yes, I spoke with her when I returned to the demon-sealing clan, and she said that she wanted to see you. I gave her this location before returning to the sixth heaven. She should be here soon." Just as Sun Ling Kai finished her sentence, Yuan could sense a presence speeding toward their location. Moments later, a beautiful woman halted right above the island to look at them. When Yan Hara saw Yuan, she immediately landed right before him and gave him a firm embrace. "I've missed you." Sun Ling Kai's jaw dropped. However, it was not because she was jealous. "How can you touch the founder so casually?" she exclaimed. Yan Hara's body froze at her words. After a moment of silence and stillness, Yan Hara released Yuan and immediately kowtowed. "I am so sorry. I got too excited and instinctively acted on my old habits," she apologized. "I don't mind." Yuan removed his mask and showed her a handsome smile. "It's been a while. How have you been?" Yan Hara didn't respond. Her attention was completely consumed by Yuan's face. It was a perfect reflection of the divine paragon, so strikingly identical that she couldn't look away. Ahem. Sun Ling Kai cleared her throat. Yan Hara quickly snapped out of her daze and spoke with a red face. "If you visited the demon-sealing clan's grand library right now, it'd definitely cause a commotion. I also want to see Qian Chu's reaction when he sees you. I'll visit the library as soon as I finish my other business," he said. "I can't believe it hasn't even been a decade since you first visited the library." "I thought I would have to wait several decades before I could see you outside of the library," Yan Hara said. "Anyway, I have a lot to talk to you about. Let's change our location first. Wait, before we leave, I need your help." "I'll do it," Yan Hara instinctively responded without any hesitation. "Good. Then attack me with your immortal chi." Yan Hara's body trembled at his words, and her eyes widened as she spoke. "What?" "I think I misheard. Attack me with your immortal chi," Yuan repeated. "It's for my training. What kind of training are you doing?" she exclaimed, chapter 1934. "Learning immortal chi." "I'm trying to learn, complete my immortal chi." Yuan showed Yan Hara his incomplete immortal chi. "You can already use immortal chi, but you're only at Divine King? How did you improve your cultivation so quickly? You were only around Spirit King a few years ago." Yan Hara just noticed his cultivation and was greatly bewildered by his progress. If she knew that he'd gone from Spirit Enlightenment to Divine King in the past month, who knows how she'd react. As for Sun Ling Kai, her mouth and eyes were wide open. She knew Yuan was only Spirit Enlightenment last month, and she knew he'd triggered a supreme heavenly tribulation to enter the divine realm, but she didn't realize he was already Divine King. "What kind of outrageous cultivation speed is this?" she cried inwardly. "Why are you so surprised? Have you forgotten who I am?" Yuan chuckled. "Anyway, attack me with your immortal chi. I'll be fine, I promise." Despite her hesitation, Yan Hara eventually nodded her head and agreed to train him. Sun Ling Tai and Shi Meili flew off the island a moment later and distanced themselves from Yuan. Sometime later, Yan Hara released her immortal chi and attacked Yuan with it. "It's not strong enough. Don't hold back and come at me as if you're trying to kill me," Yuan shouted after barely feeling it. Yan Hara gritted her teeth and increased her immortal chi output tremendously. Boom! Yan Hara's immortal chi pressed down on Yuan like a mountain. Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. "Yuan!" Yan Hara instinctively retracted her immortal chi when she saw his blood. "Don't stop. It's just a little blood." Yan Hara was reluctant to continue, but seeing Yuan's fierce eyes, she gritted her teeth and continued blasting him with immortal chi. "Your comprehension of immortal chi has improved tremendously. Your comprehension of immortal chi has improved tremendously. Your comprehension of immortal chi has improved tremendously." Yan Hara was a golden immortal on the verge of becoming a true immortal, so her immortal chi was immensely powerful. Although Yuan could have trained his immortal chi in the sixth heaven, the process would have been painfully slow. While immortal chi could still be used by immortals even when their cultivation was suppressed, its power would be significantly weakened. This is why he waited until he arrived at the seventh heaven, where immortals could use their immortal chi properly. Yuan's entire body was screaming in pain from Yanhara's immortal chi, but it wasn't enough to put his life in danger. If anything, his body was getting stronger by the moment due to his physique. Search the Nouvelle Hernet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You can increase the power a little more now, Yuan said to Yanhara a few days later. Yanhara, who'd been using the power of a bronze immortal, slowly increased her strength to that of a silver immortal. After 2 weeks of training, the immortal chi that Yuan was exuding was no longer incomplete and resembled that of a true immortal. You have fully comprehended immortal chi. You are now able to use the powers of an immortal. What do you think? Yuan asked as he released his immortal chi. Yanhara swallowed nervously. It wasn't just the fact that Yuan could use immortal chi that left her stunned. It was the sheer mastery with which he wielded it. His control, precision, and efficiency surpassed even her own as a golden immortal. It was as if he had been using immortal chi for far longer than she had. Despite only recently learning it, however, then she remembered that he was the divine paragon's reincarnation. "You're really something, Yuan." Yuan shook his head and said, "Immortal chi is just the beginning. Until I can use celestial chi, I am still vulnerable. Celestial chi?" Yanhara echoed, her brows raising. There have been rare cases of cultivators using immortal chi before reaching the immortal realm, but there's no precedent, none, of anyone below the God Ascension realm comprehending celestial chi, no precedent yet. Yuan smiled, leaving her speechless. Jimeli and Sun Ling Tsai returned to the island shortly after. "He actually managed to learn immortal chi," Sun Ling Tsai muttered under her breath. Sometime later, Yuan and the others jumped on Sun Ling Tsai's flying treasure and sped away. After arriving at a city, Yanhara brought them to a tea-house. This is Tea Paradise, one of the most famous tea-houses in the 9 heavens. Once they were seated, Yanhara said to the server, "Give us your best tea." "Our best tea?" The server raised an eyebrow before asking. Only those with before the server could even finish her sentence, Sun Ling Tsai retrieved a green medallion and placed it on the table. "Please wait a moment. I will bring your tea right away." The server hurriedly left the room. "What was that about?" Jimeli asked. Yanhara chuckled and said, "Unless you have a membership, your options in this place are limited. However, even with a membership, you won't be able to experience their best tea without a certain rank. I'm just an ordinary member, but Junior Sister's son here. I am not a member, but an honorable guest. This medallion was given to me by the owner of this tea-house himself," she explained. "I don't know if you know this, but she's a big shot in the 9 heavens. In fact, I am a nobody when compared to her," Yanhara said with a smile on her face. "I heard that she's a famous painter," said Yuan. "Not just any famous painter. She's the most famous." Yanhara bragged as if she was talking about herself. "It's really nothing that amazing," Sun Ling Tsai said, appearing somewhat bashful. Their tea arrived a few minutes later, and the server explained the tea's background. "This is the Starry Dream-infused tea, brewed using million-year-old leaves from a starry tree, which can only be found in the starry sky, as well as a drop of celestial dew." Once the server left, Jimeli said, "I know I'm supposed to be impressed by the ingredients, but I don't know anything about them." Sun Ling Kai then explained, "The starry tree is an exotic plant that only grows in the starry sky. The celestial dew is a precious treasure that can only be found in— Let's just say that the cost of this tea is enough to purchase an Empyrean-grade treasure," Yanhara interjected. "The price of an Empyrean-grade treasure?" Jimeli exclaimed, not daring to believe her ears. "How could a pot of tea be comparable to an Empyrean-grade treasure?" Chapter 1935, 1935. Demon Sealing Grotto, True Identity. Jimeli stared at her cup of tea and hesitated to touch it, much less drink it. "What are you waiting for?" "Go ahead and drink it," Yanhara said right before, downing her cup of tea in one motion. Sun Ling Tai also drank the tea without any hesitation. Jimeli swallowed nervously before grabbing the cup. Then, with one swift and forceful movement, she drank it. Wow! My cultivation increased by an entire level just from drinking that small cup, and I can still feel a tremendous amount of spiritual energy in my body that is slowly being absorbed. Jimeli exclaimed with a shocked face. That amount of spiritual energy will probably be enough to raise your cultivation by an entire realm once you fully absorb it. However, due to your lack of cultivation, you'll only be able to drink 1 cup of tea for now. If you try to drink more, you'll absorb too much spiritual energy for your body to handle, and boom, your dantian will explode, Yanhara warned her. It's not just your cultivation that has improved. I'm sure you're starting to notice it, but all of your senses have also improved greatly. Your body should have strengthened as well. Sun Ling Kai added, A single cup of tea is able to benefit me so much? It's hard to believe, even though I am experiencing its effects as we speak. Shi Meili swallowed nervously. Thank you very much for this opportunity, seniors. There's no need to be so formal with us. Just call us senior sisters, Yanhara said. Meanwhile, Yuan also consumed his cup of tea, however. Unlike Shi Meili, it barely affected him. Saya, the Pavelfire Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The tea has a really unique flavor. I quite like it, said Yuan as he placed his cup down. Here's another cup. Yanhara quickly refilled his cup. Without hesitation, Yuan drank the whole thing again. Here's some more. Yanhara poured him another cup. Her movements were so natural that it felt like she'd done this 1,000,000 times. In the blink of an eye, Yuan drank half of the tea in the pot. The 2 of you should drink too, he said to them. It's fine, we've been here several times, and this is mostly to celebrate your arrival in the 7th heaven. You can drink all of it if you can handle it. If you say so, Yuan didn't hesitate to drink the rest of the tea. Although he liked the taste, it wasn't the only reason he was drinking it. Your comprehension of celestial qi has increased slightly. After his 3rd cup, his celestial qi comprehension began improving with every cup. The progress was minimal, nearly imperceptible, but it was progress nonetheless, and for something as elusive as celestial qi, even the smallest advancement was invaluable. As Yuan continued to drink his tea, Yanhara revealed the situation within the Demon Sealing clan to him, as well as her current activities. The drama between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto has only gotten worse since your last visit to the library, much worse. We're at the point where we start fighting the moment we see each other without so much as exchanging any words. Has Qian Chu done anything to calm the situation? Yuan asked. He claims to be working on it, but we haven't seen any noticeable results even several years later. Most recently, right before I came to meet you, he disappeared somewhere after giving us the order to prioritize the demon worshippers. Disappeared? Yuan raised an eyebrow. He said he had some business, but he didn't go into any details. However, I have someone following him, so we should know his activities soon. Sun Ling Kai then spoke. By the way, the Demon Sealing Grotto's headquarters are in the 7th heaven, so you'll most likely run into them while you're here. Are you worried that I might become a target? Yuan asked with a smile. While that is a concern, I'm pretty confident you'll be able to defend yourself. After all, you managed to defeat a demon emperor alone. Don't worry, even if I encounter them, they won't know I'm with the Demon Sealing clan, and I have no reason to reveal myself. Yanhara then spoke. Honestly, I was hoping you could speak with the leader of the Demon Sealing Grotto. Why? Yan asked. If we're going to fight Qian Chu, I think it would benefit us to have the Demon Sealing Grotto on our side, she admitted. I don't really know much, if anything at all, about them. I know that they're essentially a 2nd Demon Sealing clan, but that's about the extent of my knowledge on them. Yanhara sighed and said, The Demon Sealing Grotto may have come after the Demon Sealing clan and was even created after the demonic era, but to tell you the truth, they qualify to be the Demon Sealing clan more than us. I don't get it. The Demon Sealing Grotto was founded by demon sealers who originally belonged to the Demon Sealing clan, Yanhara explained. After you disappeared, the clan lost its direction. Disagreements over leadership led to internal strife, and people fought to become the next clan leader, causing a lot of bloodshed. This led to the creation of the demon-sealing grotto, a haven for those who wanted to stay true to the Divine Paragon's teachings. Yuan couldn't help but notice the similarities between this situation and what the celestial overlords were currently facing: internal division and power struggles after their founder left. Yanhara continued, "The reason the demon-sealing grotto has surpassed the demon-sealing clan in strength is simple. They stayed true to the old traditions and rigorous training. Meanwhile, the demon-sealing clan, what can I even say? We've become pathetic." She let out a quiet sigh. "Honestly, I considered joining the demon-sealing grotto at first, but in the end I chose to stay with the original." Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I understand the situation now. In that case, we should definitely get the demon-sealing grotto to be on our side." Chapter 1936, 7th Heaven's Dragon Spiral Mountain. "When are you going to visit the demon-sealing grotto?" "I would love to go with you, but my position within the demon-sealing clan would only make things more difficult for you," Yanhara said. "I have some business at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so I will be going there first after that. I want to check up on my friends, but that won't take long. If nothing else comes up, I'll visit the demon-sealing grotto." Yanhara raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner and inquired, "The Dragon Spiral Mountain? What business do you have with the Holy Dragon Clan? I thought they didn't accept visitors." "You're aware that my current body is only an avatar of my soul, right?" "Yes, I am aware. The Celestial Emperor told us about you guys, but so far you're the only person I've met who's from that world. Well, I intend on coming to the 9 heavens with my real body, and the Dragon Spiral Mountain is the key to making that a reality." "Coming here with your real body?" "Such a thing is possible," Yanhara exclaimed in shock. "The Dragon Spiral Mountain is actually a massive teleportation device that connects with the other Dragon Spiral Mountains, and one of those mountains is in my world. I'm not sure how it works, but I'll figure it out once I get there." "That's only if the Holy Dragon Clan even allows you entrance," said Yanhara. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "At what level is the strongest individual there?" "If you're thinking about forcing your way inside, forget about it. They have several God Ascension Realm powerhouses there," Sun Ling Kai said, shaking her head. "Do you think I am a brute or something?" Yuan chuckled. "I just wanted to know their prowess." Yanhara then spoke. "If you're asking about their prowess, the Holy Dragon Clan is within the top 20 most powerful backgrounds in the 9 heavens, and in terms of dragon clans, they're top 3. Top 20 in the entire 9 heavens. That's quite impressive. If you need help, I can ask around," Sun Ling Kai said. "No, it's fine. I have several plans in mind already." "If you say so, but if you ever need my help, just ask. Here is my communication jade slip for contacting me." Sun Ling Kai placed her jade slip on the table before Yuan. "Thanks." Yuan accepted the jade slip. Sometime later, after Yuan finished drinking all of the tea and they finished their conversation, Yanhara spoke. "As much as I would like to travel with you, I don't want to bring unnecessary attention your way, especially from Tian Chu and his followers." Yuan nodded. "I understand." Sun Ling Tai then spoke. "Well, good luck with the Holy Dragon Clan. They're renowned for their stubbornness." Sun Ling Tai and Yanhara left first after paying for the tea. "Let's head to the Dragon Spiral Mountain now, shall we?" Yuan said to Shi Mei, who eagerly nodded. After leaving the tea house, they made their way to the nearest teleportation device. Many teleports later, they arrived at Silverfoam Harbor, a bustling city located near the Sea of Dragons. The Sea of Dragons was a vast, unique ocean in the 7th heaven, renowned for its abundance of sea beasts that bore the appearance of dragons. However, despite their fearsome looks, most of these beasts were not true dragons, and only a rare few possessed actual dragon blood in their veins. No one truly knew why the sea beasts resembled dragons, but legend had it that a mighty ancient dragon once perished within those waters. Its blood seeped into the sea, tainting the depths and altering the creatures that dwelled within, giving rise to the dragon-like beasts that now roamed the Sea of Dragons. As for the Dragon Spiral Mountain, it was located on a secluded island somewhere in the middle of the Sea of Dragons. Its remote and treacherous location was a natural deterrent to visitors, especially with powerful immortal-level sea beasts prowling the surrounding waters. While Yuan didn't fear the sea beasts, Mei was a different story. "Maybe I should stay in this place while you head to the Dragon Spiral Mountain." "I don't want to be a burden," said Mei as they stood before the Sea of Dragons. Yuan shook his head. "Don't say that. Also, your presence might help me convince the Holy Dragon Clan to assist us, so I cannot leave you behind. Just stay close to me. I'll protect you. Young master, you're not alone." Feng Yuxiang suddenly appeared before them. "I'll also help out." "Thank you." Mei nodded. "We also have Yingzi, who is as powerful as a golden immortal," Yuan added. Feng Yuxiang then spoke. "Instead of flying around like we usually do, it's about time we start making use of flying treasures." With that, she retrieved a small crimson ship from her storage and tossed it into the air. The ship began expanding mid-air until it was large enough to accommodate 1,000 people with ease. The sudden appearance of such a massive flying treasure left everyone at the harbor utterly dumbfounded. "This is the Soaring Phoenix." Feng Yuxiang introduced the flying treasure to them as she jumped on it. Although it's not the fastest flying treasure out there, it has what many ordinary flying treasures lack: defensive formations that will keep its riders safe. As long as we don't encounter any immortal-level threat, we'll be safe while riding it. Yuan and Mei entered the ship a moment later. "This is quite something. Why didn't you bring this out before?" "We could have used something like this during some of our long travels," Feng Yuxiang then said, "because it doesn't operate with just spiritual energy. It also requires immortal qi, which can only be found in the seventh heaven and above. Say the Novel Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Moments later, the Soaring Phoenix stirred to life, and in the blink of an eye it shot into the distance, vanishing from the harbor's view, leaving only ripples in its wake and stunned silence behind Chapter 1937, Sea of Dragons. After entering the Sea of Dragons, it didn't take long for the sea beasts to launch their assault on the Soaring Phoenix. Even though the flying treasure flew high above the waves, the creatures below unleashed powerful long-range attacks. Some even went as far as jumping out of the water to strike them, using their entire body. The sea beasts of the Sea of Dragons were notoriously aggressive, attacking anything that moved without hesitation. This was one of many reasons why few dared to traverse its waters. Navigating the sea required not only specialized equipment, but also a vast amount of resources to defend against the relentless onslaught of these powerful creatures. Why are the sea creatures here so aggressive? It wasn't nowhere this bad at the Purple Sea. Mei wondered out loud as she watched them bounce off an invisible barrier that protected the flying treasure. "Well, dragons are aggressive creatures by nature," Feng Yuxiang said with a casual shrug. "That's not true, at least not for the dragons in the ancient Dragon City." Mei responded, a hint of defensiveness in her tone. "I'm not saying all dragons are violent," Feng Yuxiang replied calmly, "but many are. It's in their blood, just like how phoenixes are naturally prideful creatures. It's part of who we are." Mei fell silent, unable to refute Feng Yuxiang's words, especially with the evidence right before her eyes. The sea beasts, dragon-like in form and ferocity, were living proof of the aggression woven into their bloodline. All she could do was watch in quiet contemplation. "So, how do you plan on approaching the Holy Dragon Clan, young master?" "I can't say I've dealt with them before, but I've heard many stories about them." Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan, "Are you going to disguise yourself as a dragon emperor like you usually do?" Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "No, that trick probably won't work with them, especially if they're one of the top dragon clans in the 9 heavens. Moreover, their god ascension experts will most likely see through my disguise. Then how are you going to trick them?" "I doubt they'd pay attention to a human," Feng Yuxiang said, "since there's a good chance they have a connection with Dragon Goddess Yeyu. I can use that to my advantage. After all, I have Dragon Goddess Yeyu's soul with me. I see, so you're going to use Dragon Goddess Yeyu's identity. If that doesn't work, I'll think of something else. The sea of dragons was so vast that even with a high-speed flying treasure, crossing from one end to the other would take years. The dragon's spiral mountain was located at the very heart of the Sea of Dragons, and Yuan estimated that their journey would take several months at the very least. With an abundance of time, the group dedicated themselves to cultivation. Thanks to the rich spiritual energy of the seventh heaven, Shi Mei's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Lan Yingying and Yingzi appeared to cultivate. While Lan Yingying focused on stabilizing her cultivation, Yingzi's cultivation soared at an unimaginable speed. After a few weeks at sea, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan's dantian and entered slumber. Fortunately, the soaring phoenix required no active supervision to operate, with a destination already set and absorbing the natural spiritual energy and immortal qi around it. The ship continued sailing steadily toward Dragon Spiral Mountain. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to absorb the spiritual energy within the demon-devouring sword. It didn't take long for his divine king cultivation to enter the divine emperor realm. However, after reaching the peak of divine emperor, Yuan encountered his bottleneck. An unknown force prevents your cultivation from advancing further. Any additional qi you consume will be used to strengthen your body instead. After reaching his bottleneck, Yuan focused on improving his soul strength. Unlike spiritual energy, which could only be enhanced by absorbing more of it, immortal qi functioned differently. While it could be strengthened through conventional cultivation, it also grew stronger through one's soul strength, hence why immortals spend more time cultivating their soul cultivation technique than their spiritual cultivation technique. Of course, due to the rarity of soul cultivation techniques, not all immortals had the luxury of strengthening their soul strength. This was where factions became crucial. Beyond offering protection and resources, many powerful factions possessed soul cultivation techniques, making them invaluable to those seeking to advance further. Heaven's indomitable soul, truly an unfathomable technique. I wonder how it's related to my past lives, Yuan thought to himself as his soul strength strengthened with every passing second. As the soaring phoenix drew closer to Dragon Spiral Mountain, the sea beasts grew noticeably more aggressive and far more powerful. Their appearances also resembled dragons more and more. At first, the soaring phoenix effortlessly absorbed all incoming attacks, its defenses unfazed by the sea beasts' aggression. But now the sea beasts were powerful enough to shake the flying treasure with their attacks. The barrier looks like it's struggling. It's not going to break, is it? Shi Mei asked, a worried look on her face as the ship shuddered again. Feng Feng said the flying treasure can withstand attacks up to the Silver Immortal level, Yuan replied calmly. The sea beasts are still only in the Immortal Ascension realm, so we're fine for now. Is that so? Feeling relieved, Shi Mei returned to her cultivation. In just 8 months, Shi Mei increased her cultivation to the 8th level of Divine Master from Divine Warrior. Lan Yingying had stabilized her cultivation at the 1st level of the Divine Lord level and had begun cultivating toward the next level by herself. As for Yingzi, her cultivation saw the most significant improvements, reaching the 3rd level of Divine Grand Master. As their journey entered its 9th month, the soaring phoenix came to a sudden halt for the first time since they had set sail. Sensing the shift, Yuan and the others paused their cultivation to investigate, expecting to see their destination, but to their confusion, the Dragon Spiral Mountain was nowhere in sight. "Young Master, several powerful presences are blocking our path," Feng Yuxiang reported calmly, "but it doesn't seem like they've noticed us. In fact, it looks like they're currently fighting among themselves. Sarar, the Novel Fire." Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Search the novelfire.net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1938. Ancient Monolith. After hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, Yuan expanded the range of his divine sense. Although he kept it active at all times, he usually limited its scope to avoid distracting others or worse, being mistaken for spying, a common source of conflict among cultivators. Several hundred miles away, Yuan's divine sense locked onto a large gathering of individuals. They were unmistakably dragons, humanoid in form, but marked by prominent horns and swaying dragon tails. There were around 20 of them, split into 2 distinct factions. One group was dressed in elegant white and gold robes, radiating a noble aura. The other wore black and light blue garments, their presence colder and more ominous. The Holy Dragon Clan has monopolized the Dragon Spiral Mountain for far too long, one of the black and blue clothed individuals shouted angrily. "Shut up! We've been protecting the Dragon Spiral Mountain since the primordial era. What right do you have to tell us to leave?" "That's right, you greedy bastards. Your intentions for wanting the Dragon Spiral Mountain aren't good either. We'll never hand it over to you." The gold-robed individuals responded. "Young master, should we intervene?" Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan. "Not yet. If we intervene now, we might offend both sides. Let's wait a little longer," he calmly responded. Soon, the Holy Dragon Clan and the opposing faction resumed their battle. The combatants were all powerful, most being at the Immortal Ascension realm, with each side led by a single bronze immortal. At first, the 2 forces seemed evenly matched, their attacks shaking the very air with dragon techniques. Sears the Novellaeran it website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But as the battle dragged on, it became clear that the dragons in black and blue robes were gaining the upper hand, steadily pushing back the Holy Dragon Clan. "I'm going to intervene now." Yuan suddenly left the soaring phoenix and flew toward the battle. Sometime later, once Yuan arrived at the scene, he cleared his throat loudly and spoke. "Excuse me, can I have a moment of your attention?" "Huh? Who the hell is that?" Both sides abruptly halted their battle and turned their attention to Yuan. At first they tensed with suspicion, assuming he was a reinforcement from the opposing side, but as they caught his scent and realized he was human, their expressions shifted from wariness to confusion. "I'm trying to find the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but I'm lost," Yuan continued, speaking in a calm and clear despite the tension in the air. "This crazy human bastard actually interrupted us over some bullshit like that? You'll pay for your sin with death." One of the black-robed dragons suddenly flew at Yuan with clear killing intent radiating from his aura. "What's with the hostility? I'm just trying to ask for directions." Yuan sighed as he retrieved Dragon God's Vengeance. The instant the Dragon God's Vengeance appeared, the black-robed dragon charging toward Yuan came to an abrupt halt, his instincts screaming at him to stop. Gasps rippled through the others, their faces etched with instinctive terror. A primal fear gripped them, one they couldn't suppress as the weapon exuded a deadly pressure that made their very blood run cold. From the Dragon God's Vengeance they felt an overwhelming aura of destruction, one that threatened their lives just by existing. "What's wrong? Weren't you about to punish me for my sins?" Yuan asked calmly, his gaze fixed on the dragon who had just charged at him. That's the dragon stammered, his voice trembling. He hesitated to speak further, terrified that a single wrong word might provoke the figure before him and cost him his life. Instead, a voice from the Holy Dragon Clan spoke a moment later. "What business do you have at Dragon Spiral Mountain?" The speaker was their bronze immortal, a woman whose tone carried both authority and unease. Though Yuan's cultivation appeared negligible at first glance, her eyes were fixed on the ominous weapon in his grasp. Something about it unsettled her deeply. It radiated a presence that felt inherently hostile to dragons, perhaps even a bane to their kind. The others from the Holy Dragon Clan quickly grasped the intent behind their bronze immortal's question. Their expressions sharpened, and subtle shifts in their stances revealed their readiness. If Yuan's next words hinted at any ill intent toward Dragon Spiral Mountain, they were prepared to act, no matter how ominous the weapon in his hand appeared. "It's complicated. I don't care how complicated it is. Explain." Yuan's gaze sharpened, a chill threading through his voice as he addressed the bronze immortal. "I don't like your tone." Sensing the undercurrent of danger, the bronze immortal instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. The others reacted similarly and prepared to face Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan stowed away the Dragon God's Vengeance and said calmly, My business with Dragon Spiral Mountain concerns Dragon Goddess Yeyu. That's all I'll say. Dragon Goddess Yeyu." Gasps rippled through the crowd, shock evident on every face. The mere mention of her name from a human's lips left them stunned. Even among the dragon clans, Dragon Goddess Yeyo was a name spoken rarely. Known only to a few, that a human would mention her made the moment all the more startling. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, a towering monolith of unknown origin stood in silent majesty. Moments after Yuan took out the dragon god's vengeance, the monolith stirred, releasing a profound aura that swept across the mountain like a silent storm. The sudden pulse of unfathomable power startled every being in its reach, even those at the god Ascension realm. Within moments, many powerful figures appeared before the monolith. "What is going on with the ancient monolith? It hasn't reacted like this since Dragon Goddess Yeyu's disappearance. Is it sensing Dragon Goddess Yeyu's presence? Has she finally returned to us?" "Dragon Goddess Yeyu has returned. Quickly notify the Holy Dragon Emperor and the rest of the clan." Unbeknownst to Yuan, he'd accidentally stirred up a storm within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, sending the Holy Dragon clan into a frenzy. Chapter 1939, Holy Dragon Clan. "Well, if you're not going to tell me where to find the Dragon Spiral Mountain, I'll take my leave now," Yuan said shortly after putting away the dragon god's vengeance. Without giving the Holy Dragon Clan an opportunity to speak, Yuan turned around and flew away. Wait a second. The bronze immortal from the Holy Dragon Clan tried to chase after Yuan, but was blocked by the black-robed dragons. "Where do you think you're going? We're not finished here yet. Get lost." Their battle continued, but in a sudden shift the tides turned. The Holy Dragon Clan, who had been on the brink of defeat just moments earlier, now surged with newfound strength, quickly overpowering the black-robed dragons. Realizing they could no longer stand against the Holy Dragon Clan, the black-robed dragons retreated, but instead of taking to the skies, they plunged into the sea below, vanishing beneath the waves. "We need to return to the Dragon Spiral Mountain and report what happened here to the others," said the bronze immortal. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the soaring phoenix and continued to watch them fight from a safe distance. "Are you sure you should have just left them like that?" Feng Yushang asked. She thought he was going to save the Holy Dragon Clan. "It's fine. I doubt they'd believe anything I say. My purpose was just to reveal my presence to them and make them question my identity, so when I show up at the Dragon Spiral Mountain later, they won't immediately turn me away." "I see, but what if they perish at the hands of those black-robed dragons?" Yuan then responded in confidence. "Although they are fighting with each other, none of them are showing real killing intent, so it is unlikely they are going to kill each other. If things get real dangerous, I'll intervene again." In the end, events unfolded just as Yuan had predicted. The clash between the Holy Dragon Clan and the black-robed dragons concluded without any true casualties. Shortly after the Holy Dragon Clan left, the soaring phoenix began moving again, slowly following behind them. At the same time, the rest of the Holy Dragon Clan was in an uproar due to the ancient monolith's sudden activity. Shortly after the ancient monolith sensed the dragon god's vengeance, nearly every single big-shot and important figure within the Holy Dragon Clan appeared at the monolith to witness the phenomenon for themselves. Aye, it's true. The ancient monolith has awakened. Does this mean that Dragon Goddess Yeyu is really back? According to our ancient records, the ancient monolith would pulsate with a unique aura when it senses Dragon Goddess Yeyu's presence nearby. However, it hasn't happened since her disappearance. What should we do now? The Holy Dragon Emperor then spoke. "We must prepare for Dragon Goddess Yeyu's return." Though it remained uncertain whether Dragon Goddess Yeyu had truly returned, or when she might appear, the Holy Dragon Clan dared not take any chances. They began preparing in earnest for her grand return. It stopped. Moments later, the ancient monolith fell silent once more, its presence returning to stillness. However, that did not change their plans, and the Holy Dragon Clan went on to prepare for Dragon Goddess Yeyu's return regardless. Shortly after, the Holy Dragon Clan received news from the group that Yuan had encountered in the Sea of Dragons. What? A human who knows about Dragon Goddess Yayo was looking for the directions to our Dragon Spiral Mountain. The Holy Dragon Emperor almost couldn't believe his ears. Besides those living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain and those who lived near it, knowledge of Dragon Goddess Yayo was almost non-existent. Does this human have something to do with the ancient monolith's activation? He wondered inwardly as he received this news. Where is this human now? He asked the messenger. According to the scouts, he left before they could stop him. What? How could a mere human escape from their grasp? Holy Dragon Emperor questioned out loud with raised eyebrows. They were stopped by those sea bastards whom they encountered and was fighting before meeting the human. Seriously? The Holy Dragon Emperor rubbed his eyes and continued, How long before they return? They should return in 45 days. Send them directly to me once they return. I need to talk with them personally, as you wish, Your Majesty. Once the messenger left, the Holy Dragon Emperor lifted his head to look at the tall ceiling and mumbled, Are you truly back, Dragon Goddess? 43 days later, the dragons who had encountered Yuan finally returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. They were summoned without delay by the Holy Dragon Emperor, who demanded they recount every detail of their encounter. Their encounter with that human coincides almost perfectly with the activation of the ancient monolith, and a spear of such unfathomable power is it. The Holy Dragon Emperor mused silently, his thoughts deep and unreadable. Your Majesty, what should we do about them? They're becoming more brazen by the day, asked the bronze immortal, who was still unaware of the ancient monolith's activation. The Azure Dragon Clan, huh? Stubborn as ever, they won't rest until the Dragon Spiral Mountain is theirs. The Holy Dragon Emperor muttered, his gaze distant. I have no desire for war, but neither can we surrender the mountain. He let out a weary sigh. So war is unavoidable, huh? The bronze immortal shook her head. Sayar the Novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Unfortunately, anyway, you are dismissed. Thank you for the report. I do not deserve your recognition. Your Majesty, time passed swiftly, and within a week, the soaring phoenix had brought Yuan close enough to see the Dragon Spiral Mountain rising on the horizon. Unlike its counterpart on Earth, the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the seventh heaven was vastly more expansive, so immense that the one on Earth would amount to barely 10% of its size. After another day of travel, the soaring phoenix finally reached the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, before they could get close to the land, several figures emerged from the skies, surrounding their flying treasure and blocking any further approach. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 1940, A Real Dragon Emperor. Identify yourselves. A group of golden-robed dragons surrounded the soaring phoenix. My name is Xiao Yang, and this is my traveling companion, Shi Meili. What purpose do you have at our Dragon Spiral Mountain? That doesn't concern you, Yuan calmly said. Doesn't concern us. We, the Holy Dragon Clan, are the rightful owners of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Everything related to the mountain is of our concern. If you're looking to cause trouble here, get lost before we forcefully remove you. Hearing their threats, Yuan laughed out loud. I heard the Holy Dragon Clan are Dragon Goddess Yeyu's loyal followers. What if I told you that I am Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy? Will you still tell me to leave then? What? Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy? Seer, Tho, Novellira? Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A wave of shock swept through the crowd, but it quickly faded, replaced by rising anger, as though Yuan's words had been a deliberate insult to them. One of them sneered. I was wondering what sort of excuse you'll give, but Dragon Goddess Yeyo's envoy? What absolute rubbish! Another spoke with contempt in his voice. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Why would Dragon Goddess Yeyu choose a lowly human as her envoy? Yuan turned to look at the one who had just questioned him and responded with narrowed eyes. That's a funny thing to say, considering that Dragon Goddess Yeyu was once a loyal servant to a lowly human. Yuan's words instantly shifted the atmosphere, drawing frowns from the surrounding dragons, yet not one of them could offer a rebuttal. If you claim to be Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy, you must have proof. Let us see it. Yuan fell silent, mostly because he didn't have anything that could be used as evidence. What? You don't have anything to prove your identity? Why am I not surprised? How dare you try to take advantage of us using Dragon Goddess Yeyo's name? You'll pay for your crimes with death. Kill them. The next moment, all of the dragons lunged at the soaring phoenix. Seeing this, Yuan activated his dragon transformation and retrieved Dragon God's vengeance. However, he only intended to scare them, so he didn't attack them. Of course, the dragons were all frozen from fear the moment they sensed the Dragon God's vengeance. Yuan then spoke. It's not that I don't want to show you proof. Information about Dragon Goddess Yeyu is highly sensitive, and you're simply not qualified to hear it. Take me to your leader, the head of the Holy Dragon clan. The dragons exchanged uncertain glances, but before any could speak, a powerful presence descended upon them. A figure emerged, radiating a domineering aura that commanded instant reverence. He too was a dragon, clad in a resplendent golden robe nearly identical to the golden dragon robe in Yuan's possession. Yuan couldn't discern the depth of his cultivation, but instinct told him this was a being who had stepped into the god ascension realm. At the sight of him, the surrounding dragons immediately bowed in unison. We greet His Majesty, the Holy Dragon Emperor. In the next instant, several more dragons appeared, each radiating a profound and majestic presence, just a shade beneath that of the Holy Dragon Emperor himself. Seeing this, the dragons hastily greeted them. We greet the Holy Dragon Ancestor, Supreme Elder, Holy Princess, Holy Prince, Holy— Enough! The Dragon Emperor suddenly interrupted. If he'd allowed them to continue the greetings, they'd be there all day. He then turned to face Yuan with slightly narrowed eyes. He's clearly human, yet he possesses the ability to transform into a dragon. Only those with a pure and high-quality dragon bloodline can achieve such a feat. And yet such individuals usually carry a strong dragon scent, but from him I sense nothing of that sort. The Holy Dragon Emperor mused inwardly, his gaze sharp as he studied Yuan's dragon transformation. When he attempted to probe deeper into Yuan's body, a sudden chill crept down his spine. He couldn't quite identify it. But within Yuan's very bones he sensed the presence of something ancient, something unfathomably profound, lying dormant yet quietly watching. Among the scarce fragments of knowledge surrounding Dragon Goddess Yeyu, there was one rumor that stood out. It was said she possessed the power to bestow her talents upon any being, dragon or not. With her blessing, even the weakest of creatures, an ant could wield the might of dragons, he recalled, the memory surfacing like a forgotten echo from a bygone era. Human, I heard your earlier words, the Dragon Emperor said, his tone calm yet laced with innate pride. I may not be the leader of the Holy Dragon clan, but my status within it is no less significant. Tell me, am I, the Dragon Emperor, worthy to see your so-called proof? So that's a real Dragon Emperor, huh? This was Yuan's first encounter with a real Dragon Emperor. However, after encountering many ancient dragons within the primal expanse, the Dragon Emperor before him did not feel anything special. I don't mind showing you. Holy Dragon Emperor nodded and spoke. We can continue our conversation somewhere more private. Follow me. He turned around and flew inside the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiang, who was still inside Yuan's dantian, continued the soaring phoenix to follow the Holy Dragon Emperor. Soon they entered the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Although the other dragons didn't like the idea of letting someone as suspicious as Yuan enter their sacred territory, none of them could defy the Dragon Emperor's decision. Once the soaring phoenix entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the other powerhouses followed behind to ensure Yuan wouldn't try anything funny, though their cultivations far surpassed Yuan's, and they could probably kill him with a sneeze. An unshakable unease settled over them in the presence of the Dragon God's vengeance. Meanwhile, the moment Yuan entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain, he could feel something stirring within him. This feeling, the 9 dragon symbols, is it reacting to something within the Dragon Spiral Mountain? he wondered inwardly. Chapter 1941, Destroying the Ancient Monolith. After entering the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the Dragon Emperor led Yuan to the mouth of a colossal cave, its entrance veiled in a faint ancient pressure. As they approached, the 9 dragon symbols within Yuan stirred restlessly, trembling with excitement. Whatever it was resonating with was inside the cave. "This is the first time an outsider has visited this place," said Holy Dragon Emperor as they reached the entrance. "It's an honor," Yuan smiled. "However, if you fail to prove your identity, you won't be able to leave this place alive. Let's go." The Dragon Emperor entered the cave, and Yuan calmly followed him. She, Meili, quietly trailed behind Yuan, staying close to him due to her lack of cultivation. Just being in the presence of so many powerful beings was a challenge for her. After traversing a shadowed tunnel, they emerged into a vast, dimly lit cavern. At its center stood a towering monolith, ancient and imposing, its presence dominating the chamber in solemn silence. That monolith must be the cause for the 9 dragon symbols' unrest. Yuan narrowed his gaze at the ancient monolith. The Dragon Emperor came to a halt about a dozen meters from the monolith, then turned to face Yuan. "Only those who hold the highest status within the Holy Dragon Clan are permitted to enter this place," he said calmly. "So rest assured, everyone present is just as qualified as I am to witness your proof." Yuan turned around to look at the others, who followed them to the monolith, and nodded. "I don't mind, then, whenever you are ready." The Dragon Emperor and the others fell into a heavy silence, their gazes fixed on Yuan as they patiently awaited the proof of his claim as the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeyu. "Since it has come to this point, let's just try summoning her." Yuan retrieved the Dragon God's vengeance again, unaware of the Holy Dragon Clan's true intentions. They alone knew of the ancient monolith's ability to sense the presence of Dragon Goddess Yeyo, and with Yuan's arrival coinciding perfectly with its recent awakening, they had a strong suspicion that he was the cause. They only needed to confirm their suspicions with their own eyes. However, when Yuan retrieved the Dragon God's vengeance, the ancient monolith remained silent. This caused the Dragon Emperor and the others to raise their eyebrows. He's not the cause for the ancient monolith's awakening? If not him, then who was responsible? The Dragon Emperor let out a quiet sigh, his voice laced with disappointment as he spoke. "He's not the one. Kill him. What?" Yuan's eyes widened in shock at the sudden decree. He hadn't even had the chance to call upon Dragon Goddess Yeyu. "I'll handle him," said a girl with the appearance of a refined young lady. In the next moment, her aura flared, powerful and sharp, revealing her cultivation at the Silver Immortal realm. "You dare exploit the name of Dragon Goddess Yeyu? You wretched human, you'll pay for your insolence." With a flash of movement, she lunged at Yuan, her body partially transformed. Her right arm morphed into a massive, white-scaled limb that gleamed with draconic power as it tore through the air toward him. Yuan did not dare to underestimate her and immediately activated Dragon Transformation. The moment Yuan transformed, the ancient monolith behind the Dragon Emperor began trembling. However, nobody there noticed it since they were fully absorbed with Yuan's transformation. "Get behind me!" Yuan shouted, stepping forward to shield Meili as his gaze locked onto the charging young lady. A heartbeat later, their clash erupted. The sheer force of their collision sent shockwaves through the cavern, causing the very walls to tremble beneath the pressure. Though Yuan managed to block the attack, the impact sent him hurtling through the air, and he was thrown directly toward the ancient monolith, crashing into its surface a moment later with a resounding thud. "Yuan," Meili exclaimed. "I'm fine," Yuan muttered as he rose to his feet. Though he hadn't suffered any injuries, the situation was far from ideal. No matter how talented he was, there was no way for him to defeat so many experts at once. Even if he could escape with his life intact, there was still Meili, who was his biggest concern. "Huh?" However, just as Yuan braced for the young lady's next strike, he paused. Something was wrong. She, along with the other dragons, stood frozen, their eyes locked onto him, wide with disbelief, as if they were witnessing the impossible. It was then that Yuan noticed a subtle vibration behind him. The ancient monolith was trembling beneath his touch. Why is the ancient monolith reacting now? Is Dragon Goddess Yeyu nearby? The Dragon Emperor immediately spread his divine sense as far as possible, covering the entire Dragon Spiral Mountain and much more. However, he was unable to sense Dragon Goddess Yeyu. As the Dragon Emperor and the others anxiously scanned the area for any sign of Dragon Goddess Yeyu, a sudden flash of movement drew their eyes back to Yuan. The Dragon God's vengeance slipped free from his grasp, rising into the air to hover before him, gleaming with an eerie light. "Yeyu?" Yuan murmured, confused. The spear slowly tilted, its tip turning not toward the crowd but toward Yuan, or more precisely, the ancient monolith behind him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Dragon God's vengeance surged forward without hesitation, transforming into a streak of light. Before anyone could react, it pierced the ancient monolith and rooted itself within a structure long believed by the Holy Dragon clan to be utterly indestructible. Dragon God's vengeance has absorbed a fragment of Dragon Goddess Yeyu's soul. Dragon Goddess Yeyu's soul has regained some of its strength. You destroyed the ancient monolith? Are you insane? Search the Noveller and Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Dragon Emperor roared in anger after snapping out of his daze. Even if Yuan were Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy, he wouldn't be spared for such blasphemy. But in the very next moment, the Dragon God's vengeance released a wave of profound aura, deep and ancient. From within its radiant glow, a figure slowly began to emerge, cloaked in divine presence. Once she fully materialized, she was revealed to be a woman of breathtaking beauty. Yet none among the dragons spared a thought for her appearance, as her overwhelming presence was so overbearing that it engulfed the entire Dragon Spiral Mountain. And though none of the dragons recognized her appearance, not a single one of them doubted her identity for even a split second. She was none other than Dragon Goddess Yeyu. The Dragon Goddess. The Dragon Emperor began to speak, but his words faltered and died in his throat as Dragon Goddess Yeyu turned to face Yuan, without even sparing them a glance. Yuan stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Unlike her previous appearance, she was no longer a semi-transparent apparition. The Dragon Goddess standing before him radiated presence and substance, as though she had truly descended into the world once more. Yeyu. Yuan breathed her name, the words slipping from his lips without thought. Without a word, Dragon Goddess Yeyu stepped forward in one fluid motion. She grasped his collar with a firm hand and pulled him into her before pressing her soft lips against his in a deep, passionate kiss that left everyone there in stunned silence. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1942, 4 pieces.
What does this vixen think she's doing to my young master?
Feng Yusheng exclaimed, her voice filled with envy as she watched this unfold from Yuan's dantian. The members of the Holy Dragon clan stood frozen in place, eyes wide and jaws agape, as if the very ground had been pulled from beneath them. Some looked as though their souls had momentarily left their bodies, stunned beyond words by what they were witnessing. After what felt like an eternity, Dragon Goddess Yeyu finally released Yuan and spoke. "This doesn't mean I have forgiven you, so don't think for a second that you're out of the hot water, however." Yuan ignored her words and changed the topic, asking, "I didn't know your soul wasn't in one piece. Why didn't you mention this before? Did you think a mere treasure could contain my soul as a whole? In order to survive, I had to split my soul into several pieces." "I am fated to recover my soul, so there's no point mentioning it," she explained. "Only a being of Dragon Goddess Yeyu's caliber could speak of splitting her soul with such casual ease. Even cultivators at the God Ascension realm wouldn't dare attempt such a feat, and realistically, not even a cultivation god might possess the ability to do what she had done. How many more pieces of your soul are still out there?" Yuan then asked. "I split my soul into 4 pieces, so there are still 2 pieces. Do you know where I can find them?" No, since it was the dragon ancestor who safeguarded my soul. If you want to know, ask him. However, you'll eventually find them even if you don't. Because of fate, huh? Anyway, I've reached my limit, dragon goddess, Yeo said softly, glancing down at her hand as it began to fade, turning slowly transparent. Her form had taken shape thanks to the recovery of a second fragment of her soul, but it was only temporary before she returned to the dragon god's vengeance. Dragon goddess Yeo turned to face the Holy Dragon clan and said, "If I had a little more time, I would have punished you for baring your fangs at him. But I don't, so I'm willing to give you a second chance. Treat him as you would treat me. As you wish, dragon goddess." The dragon emperor responded, bowing his head low in deference. The others followed suit, dropping to their knees in solemn reverence. As for the young lady who had attacked Yuan, she stood frozen in place, mainly because dragon goddess Yeo's gaze was directly on her. The sheer pressure of such a gaze caused her body to tremble non-stop, her clothes drenched in sweat. Without saying another word, dragon goddess Yeo returned inside the dragon god's vengeance. A deafening silence settled over the cavern in the wake of dragon goddess Yeo's departure. Not a single member of the Holy Dragon clan rose to their feet even long after her presence had faded. It was as if they dared not move, awaiting Yuan's permission. "You guys can stand up now?" Yuan eventually said, breaking the silence. The dragons slowly rose to their feet, nodding in silent acknowledgement. Their gazes lingered on Yuan, filled with questions they clearly wished to ask, yet none of them dared to speak them aloud. Knowing that his identity would be revealed sooner or later, Yuan decided to just reveal it himself. "When I said that I was dragon goddess Yeo's envoy, I lied. Sorry. I'm actually the master of the Nine Divine Supreme, the immortal monarch. I know this is hard to believe, so I am willing to prove my identity." However, to his surprise, the dragon emperor shook his head and said, "There's no need. We believe you after all. The dragon goddess Yeo would only do something like that to the immortal monarch." Of course, despite his confident tone, his face was full of shock and disbelief. "The Holy Dragon clan is at your service, immortal monarch. If you wish, we'd even be willing to go to war for you." Yuan shook his head and quickly said, "That's not necessary. I didn't come to the Dragon Spiral Mountain to take advantage of the Holy Dragon clan." "In that case, why did you come here? Was it to retrieve the dragon goddess soul from the ancient monolith?" "No, that was just a coincidence. I came here because I need to use the Dragon Spiral Mountain's teleport formation. Thonovalir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "The teleport formation? May I ask for what purpose?" "It hasn't been activated ever since the Divine Heaven became the Nine Heavens." "Do you know about players? You mean those from the missing fragment of the Divine Heaven who travel here with the help of the Celestial Emperor? Those like you?" Yuan calmly nodded. He was not surprised that the Dragon Emperor saw through his avatar, since it had happened before. "My real body is currently in the other world, but due to special circumstances, I am unable to return to it. In other words, I am stuck here as a soul avatar, and in order to return to my body, I will need to activate the Dragon Spiral Mountain's teleport formation and connect this world to my world, where the other Dragon Spiral Mountain exists." The Dragon Emperor nodded his head as he digested the information. "I understand the situation. Unfortunately, we have a slight issue. The key to activating the formation is currently in the Azure Dragon Clan's possession." "Azure Dragon Clan?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. He recalled the dragons in black and blue robes from before. "Yes, they're the dragon clan that commands the Sea of Dragons, and they've been trying to acquire the Dragon Spiral Mountain for centuries now. We lost the key to them several decades ago after losing to them in a certain battle." "Why are they trying to acquire this place?" Yuan asked out of curiosity. "They never say it out loud and refute anything we say, but it's clear that they want the Dragon Spiral Mountain to appease the Great One," explained the Dragon Emperor. "Appeasing the Great One?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Dragon Emperor gave a solemn nod and began to explain, "Just as we are devoted to Dragon Goddess Yeo, the Azure Dragon Clan offers their loyalty to the Great One. They would go to any lengths just to earn even a sliver of his attention. Unfortunately for them, the Great One rarely shows interest in anything, as he already possesses everything one could desire. However, there is one exception. He always shows interest in matters related to Dragon Goddess Yayo, and while our Dragon Spiral Mountain may not hold any true connection to her, it's enough to pique the Great One's interest. Fortunately for us, the Great One is too prideful to personally take over this place, hence the Azure Dragon Clan's motivation. Anyway, if we want to activate the teleport formation, we will need to retrieve the key from them, but they definitely won't let it go without a fight. After taking a moment to digest the information, Yuan asked, "How did you lose it in the first place?" A stiff smile made its way on the Dragon Emperor's face as he spoke. "I'm ashamed to even say this, but we lost it in a bet." Yuan looked at him with a dumbfounded face. "A bet?" He nodded and explained. Every 500 years, all dragon families with royal bloodlines gather to have their youngest evaluated for talent. During the last gathering, we made a wager with the Azure Dragon Clan, staking the key on our belief that our family would produce the most gifted genius. But in the end, they won. In other words, they won the key fair and square, huh? Yuan sighed. He was hoping that the Azure Dragon Clan had acquired the key by force, giving him justification to reclaim it by force. Anyway, I'll think of something to reclaim the key. Is there a way to contact the Azure Dragon Clan? I'd like to have a conversation with them, of course. There's no way the Azure Dragon Clan would refuse audience with the immortal monarch, said the Dragon Emperor. Yuan quickly shook his head and said, "No, I don't want to reveal my identity. In fact, I expect everyone here to keep my identity a secret. It's not time for the world to know that I have returned. Not yet, I understand. In that case, while it might not be peaceful, we can still set up a meeting with them. However, we'll need a reason to do so. They won't just accept a meeting for no reason." Yuan began pondering in silence. A few moments later, a sly smile appeared on his face. The Dragon Emperor and the others subconsciously swallowed nervously after seeing his smile. See the novel rfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "All right, this is what we'll do," Yuan began explaining his plan to the Holy Dragon Clan. Sometime later, the Dragon Emperor smiled at Yuan's plan and nodded. "All right, I'll follow your plan. Since it might take some time for them to respond, we'll prepare a living quarter for you to stay." He turned to look at the young lady who had fought with Yuan and said, "Shengqing, take them to our best living quarters and stay with them while I contact the Azure Dragon Clan." "Yes?" she hastily nodded. The Dragon Emperor turned to Yuan and said, "There's still much I'd like to discuss with you, but let's continue this conversation later after I've had time to fully process everything that's happened today. To be honest, I'm still overwhelmed. It's difficult to believe any of this is real." "Take your time," Yuan and Shi Meili followed Shengqing to their living quarters shortly after. Once Yuan was gone, the Dragon Emperor and the others could finally breathe properly. Some of them even fell onto their buttocks from fatigue despite being immortals. "What do you think of that human? Is he really the immortal monarch?" "I don't know about that human, but that woman was definitely Dragon Goddess Yayu. I have never felt my blood tremble like that before, not even before the Great One." The Dragon Emperor spoke with a thoughtful expression on his handsome face. "He appears far too young to be the immortal monarch, and his cultivation is too low. But that doesn't rule out the possibility. In the end, none of those details truly matter. What does matter is his direct connection to Dragon Goddess Yayu, close enough for her to kiss him without hesitation. Aside from the immortal monarch himself, I can't imagine her showing such intimacy to anyone else." After a brief pause, the Dragon Emperor continued, "Furthermore, Dragon Goddess Yayu herself commanded that we treat him as we would treat her. So even if he's not the immortal monarch, we already have more than enough reason to honor him as one." The surrounding dragons exchanged glances, but none voiced dissent, nor did any show signs of disapproval. Dragon Goddess Yayo had spoken, and to her loyal followers her word was absolute. "What should we tell the rest of the clan if we have to keep his identity a secret? Just follow the original script and tell them he's Dragon Goddess Yayo's envoy." As for Dragon Goddess Yeo's return, we should let them know since they didn't say anything about that. Let's do that then. Sometime later, the Dragon Emperor and the others left the cave. Meanwhile, after departing from the cave, Sheng Qing led Yuan and Shimeli toward the residential area. The Holy Dragon clan rarely received visitors, so there were no designated guest quarters, only the private residences of its members. Fortunately, there were still plenty of unoccupied buildings, and Yuan was given the most luxurious building in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, while Shimeli was given the building next to his. "If you need anything, you can find me here," Sheng Qing said to them. "Thank you. Senior Immortal." Sheng Qing suddenly became fidgety, looking like she was hesitant about something. Yuan could guess what she wanted to say and spoke with a smile on his face. "If you're worried about attacking me, you don't have to worry. I wasn't hurt, and I don't blame you for your actions." "Thank you." She immediately bowed, feeling an immense relief, as if a mountain had been lifted off her shoulders. Chapter 1944. Young Dragons. A few hours after Yuan and Shimeli were given a living quarter, the Dragon Emperor showed up at their place. "I have contacted the Azure Dragon clan, but it may take a few days, if not weeks, before we get a response," he said. "In the meantime, you can treat the Dragon Spiral Mountain as if it's your own home?" "I will do just that." Yuan nodded. "Would you like to walk with me? I'll give you a tour around the place. There's also a lot I would still like to discuss with you." "Sure. Can I come along?" Shimeli asked. "I don't see why you cannot." As they walked through the residential grounds with the Dragon Emperor leading the way, he suddenly spoke, his tone laced with concern. "How is the Dragon Goddess? Is she well?" Yuan nodded and responded, "She's fine. May I ask what happened to her? She disappeared right after the divine heavens split into the 9 heavens and hasn't made an appearance until today. Let's just say we faced a powerful opponent." The Dragon Emperor fell silent. He couldn't fathom a being stronger than Dragon Goddess Yeu, who was so powerful that not even the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One could hold a candle against her. "I'd like to ask you something as well," Yuan said, breaking the silence. "Why does the Holy Dragon clan devote itself to her?" The Dragon Emperor glanced at him, then replied, "It is in a dragon's nature to follow strength, and Dragon Goddess Yeo stands among the most powerful beings in existence. For many, that alone would be reason enough to revere her. But for us, there is another reason we worship her. Back then, the Holy Dragon clan was of no great lineage, just an ordinary bloodline struggling to survive. We stood on the brink of annihilation." He continued in a solemn voice, "But Dragon Goddess Yeu descended in our darkest hour. She gave us a second chance, blessing us with a drop of her divine blood. That single act transformed our lineage, elevating our bloodline to rival even those of royal descent." "Oh, I think I remember when that happened," Yuan suddenly said with a reminiscing expression on his face. "Really? It was a time long before I was even born." The Dragon Emperor looked at him with surprise. Even now, he could hardly believe Yuan was the immortal monarch. As they wandered the Dragon Spiral Mountain, its residents would stare at them from a distance while mumbling to each other. "That must be Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy. Why do you think he's here?" "I'm more interested in why Dragon Goddess Yeyu chose a human to be her envoy. It's not that surprising if you consider that she used to follow a human around." "You mean the immortal monarch? People claim he's human, but I do not believe it for a second. He was definitely a dragon disguising himself as a human, and you cannot convince me otherwise." The Dragon Spiral Mountain in the 9 heavens closely resembled its counterpart on Earth, a towering peak with a spiraling path winding around its body. However, it was vastly larger in scale, both in height and breadth, soaring several times higher and far more expansive. Its colossal size was no coincidence. It was a deliberate tribute to Dragon Goddess Yeu's overwhelming power. The mountain had been purposefully shaped to surpass the others, a testament to her unmatched divinity. The foot of the mountain was filled with stores, restaurants, and all the amenities one would expect from a thriving city. A little higher up the mountain lay the residential area, sprawling across most of its vast expanse and housing the majority of its inhabitants. The praying area and training grounds were situated above the residential area, and beyond that point, only those with significant status within the clan were permitted to ascend any higher. "How many individuals does the Holy Dragon clan hold?" Yuan asked, as they arrived at the training grounds, where many young dragons could be seen sparring with each other while supervised by immortal experts. "We have around 20,000 dragons within the Holy Dragon clan. It may seem like a lot, but we're actually one of the smallest dragon clans in the 9 heavens. The Azure Dragon clan, for example, has over 100,000 members within its clan. Moreover, only about 50 of us actually have the Holy Dragon bloodline." The young dragons at the training grounds quickly noticed the Dragon Emperor and bowed to him with respect. A few of them approached him and asked, "Your Majesty, who is this person?" "He also has a unique scent on him that I don't recognize," one of the young dragons asked as he looked at Yuan with curiosity. The Dragon Emperor smiled and declared, "This individual is a human, and the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeyu, Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy." The young dragons stiffened in shock, and the realization hit them like thunder. Without hesitation, they bowed deeply to Yuan. "We greet the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeyu." Though they didn't fully understand what the title entailed, the mere presence of her name within it was enough. That alone made it sacred. Yuan gave a casual wave of his hand and said, "No need for formalities. Just treat me like a friend." "Then what exactly is an envoy?" one of the young dragons suddenly asked, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. "It's like a messenger or representative," Yuan replied with a faint smile. "In this case, I'm a messenger for Dragon Goddess Yeyu." "Wow. Does this mean that Dragon Goddess Yeyu sent you here? Why did she send you here? Does she have a message for us?" The young dragons bombarded Yuan with questions. "Enough! You're bothering him," the Dragon Emperor said sharply, his tone firm and commanding, bringing an immediate hush over the young dragons. "It's fine," Yuan said, and he began answering their questions one by one. Search the novel Fire. Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "That's right. I was sent here by Dragon Goddess Yeyu. As for why I am here, I cannot tell you the full details, but it is related to the Azure Dragon clan. Chapter 1945. 1945. Young Dragons 2. The Dragon Azure clan, did the Dragon Goddess send you here to get rid of those pests trying to steal our home?" The young dragon's eyes sparkled when Yuan mentioned the Dragon Azure clan. "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. A few of the young dragons then approached Shi Meili and asked her, "Are you also Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy?" No, I am not. I am just his traveling companion." "How old are you, senior sister?" one of them suddenly asked. "I stopped counting after 10,000 years, she calmly stated. "Huh? You're only at that level even after 10,000 years? You must be very lazy, senior sister." "What? Who are you calling lazy?" Nixley Meili's expression froze in disbelief after being called lazy. Though she was still considered young by dragon standards, the dragons before her were even younger, all under 1,000 years old, and yet each one had a cultivation level that surpassed her own. Because of this, the young dragons could only view Shi Meili, who was older yet weaker than them, as lazy in their eyes. "If you're not lazy, why is your cultivation so much lower than ours?" asked one of the young dragons, and the others stared at her with a suspicious gaze. "That's because I grew up in a place with much less spiritual energy than you all," Shi Meili explained. Even though she knew she wasn't lazy, Shi Meili couldn't help but feel uneasy under the weight of so many young dragons' doubtful gazes. Yuan then spoke. "We actually just arrived in the 7th heaven." "Oh." The young dragons nodded their heads as if they understood the situation. "Then would you like to train with us, senior sister?" Of course, Shi Meili didn't hesitate to accept their offer. "Have fun," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Shi Meili nodded and followed the young dragons to the arena, where she began sparring with them first. Due to their difference in cultivation, they agreed not to use any martial techniques and focused purely on their skills. I guess she really wasn't lying. Although her cultivation is lacking, she's very experienced and skillful. Jimeli quickly earned the young dragon's respect with her skillful performance. However, despite her 10,000 years of experience, she was unable to secure a single victory. Out of 10 matches, she lost them all. It wasn't just their superior cultivation. The young dragons possessed exceptional technique, battle sense, and even physique. They were simply incomparably stronger than the dragons she would spar with within the ancient dragon city. Damn it, I knew I was weak, but I didn't expect myself to be this weak. Is this what it means to be a frog in a well? Jimeli mumbled as she lay on the arena, her body soaked in sweat. Don't look so down, you're very talented. I'm sure you'll catch up soon, Yuan said as he approached the arena. Jimeli turned her head to look at him without getting up and asked, "If I have your seal, would it make it stronger?" After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded. "Yes, you would undoubtedly become stronger with the immortal monarch's supreme seal," he answered with a serious face. "However, I won't give you the seal if that's your reason for wanting it." Jimeli showed a bittersweet smile. "I know, I was only joking." She immediately stood up and spoke loudly. "All right, let's spar again." Yuan turned to the Dragon Emperor. "This is just a personal request of mine, but do you mind letting her train with you guys?" "Of course, the young ones seem to have taken a liking to her as well," the Dragon Emperor said with a faint nod. "While her cultivation and experience are certainly lacking, I can sense a remarkable talent within her. My instincts also tell me her bloodline is unique, perhaps even one that could rival our own Holy Dragon bloodline." Yuan smiled and said, "Have you heard of the ancient Dragon City?" The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. "You mean to tell me that she's from that place?" "Not only that, but she's also from a royal bloodline." The Dragon Emperor turned to look at Jimeli and asked, "What was her name again?" "Jimeli, surnamed Shi." The Dragon Emperor trembled. "You recognize it?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "There is another Dragon Emperor who bears the surname Shi. His clan resides in the 8th heaven. It may be nothing more than coincidence, but there's a chance their bloodlines are connected." "The 8th heaven, huh? I'll be sure to visit them in the future." Sometime later, a young female dragon approached Yuan and bowed politely. "Senior Envoy, may I respectfully request a spar with you?" she asked with clear determination in her voice. Yuan turned to look at her, though her appearance resembled that of a human teenager. She could very well be over 1,000 years old. Her cultivation was nothing to scoff at either, firmly at the peak of immortal ascension. The Dragon Emperor frowned, but before he could say anything, Yuan nodded with a smile. "Why not?" "Sir, theonovelferior.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "Thank you." The female dragon's face immediately brightened. Yuan followed her to an empty arena shortly after. "Huh. Look over there. Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy is going to fight Senior Sister Sheng Ran." Almost everyone at the training ground shifted their attention to Yuan. "Sheng Ran? Are you from the main bloodline?" Yuan asked the female dragon after hearing her name. "That is correct. I am the 4th youngest in the family, Sheng Ran. Let's have a great match, Senior Envoy." "Let's—" Yuan and Sheng Ran stood motionless on the stage. Neither made a move even moments later, almost as if they were waiting for the other to strike first. Senior Envoy, are you not to release the suppression on your cultivation?" Sheng Ran asked. This is my real cultivation, though." "What? You're only at the peak of Divine Emperor?" she exclaimed, not daring to believe him. Chapter 1946, 1946, Young Dragons, 3. "There's no way Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy is only a Divine Emperor. You must be teasing me." Sheng Ran refused to believe that would be Yuan's true cultivation. Yuan smiled and said, "But it's the truth. No way." After a moment of awkward silence, Sheng Ran spoke again. "Okay, I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours." However, Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no need for you to do that. What? But that wouldn't be fair. Why not? Because I cannot use immortal qi. Sheng Ran quietly nodded. The next moment, Yuan exuded his immortal qi, shocking Sheng Ran and the spectators. He can use immortal qi even though he's only a mortal? In the seventh heaven and above, all cultivators who have yet to break through immortal ascension and reach bronze immortal are considered mortals. Sheng Ran could only stand there with a dumbfounded look on her face. Are you still going to underestimate me? I promise you that I am Dragon Goddess Yeyu's envoy for a reason, said Yuan, snapping Sheng Ran out of her daze. In that case, let's spar without any restrictions, she muttered. Yuan nodded. That's more like it. By the way, I won't be using any techniques or weapons, he added. So you'll only be using your physique. I'll do that as well. Whenever you are ready, Yuan said calmly. After a brief moment of stillness, both sprang into action, moving almost at the same instant. Yuan, however, was a split second slower, having deliberately waited for Sheng Ran to make the first move. Their bodies shrouded in immortal qi, Yuan and Sheng Ran collided with explosive force, sending a powerful ripple surging through the arena. Fortunately, a protective formation surrounded the battlefield, containing the shock wave and preventing it from spilling into the surrounding area. A look of surprise appeared on Sheng Ran's face when she noticed how powerful Yuan's physique was. Search the Novel Fire Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I have never seen such a sturdy and powerful physique before. Can humans really achieve this level of physique as a mortal? She cried inwardly. Sheng Ran was a genius in her own right, hence why she was able to use immortal qi while only being at the peak of immortal ascension. However, when she compared herself to Yuan, she felt like an ordinary mortal who had no talents. As the battle wore on, the outcome became increasingly clear. Sheng Ran was drenched in sweat, her breaths growing heavy and uneven, exhaustion evident in every movement. In stark contrast, Yuan stood calm and composed, without so much as a single drop of sweat marring his body. The Dragon Emperor watched with intense focus, not daring to miss even the slightest detail. His experience and prowess are far above what it appears. This is beyond the realm of geniuses, so he's a true reincarnator, huh? That explains everything. The Dragon Emperor finally pieced together the truth and understood the situation. You win, Sheng Ran, declared her own defeat as she fell to the ground in exhaustion. Although Sheng Ran could wield immortal qi, doing so drained her energy and stamina at an alarming rate, especially under the relentless pressure from Yuan. As a result, the match lasted just over an hour before she was completely exhausted, unable to continue. It was a good match, said Yuan. Before Yuan could even step off the stage, another figure leapt onto it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Senior Envoy, she wasn't even enough to count as a warm-up, was she? He said with a grin. How about a match with me, Sheng Ming? Yuan turned to look at the handsome young man standing before him. His cultivation had reached bronze immortal, and his body exuded an aura that was much stronger than Sheng Ran's. Why not? Yuan said with a smile. Seeing this, Sheng Ran quickly got off the stage so they could begin their fight. The moment Sheng Ran stepped off the stage, Sheng Ming lunged at Yuan with fierce momentum, his aura surging so violently that the very air around them trembled without end. Sheng Ming had decided to go all out from the very beginning. Not wanting to disappoint him, Yuan activated his dragon transformation before clashing with him. He can use dragon transformation even though he's a human. Sheng Ran and the other dragons were greatly shocked to see this. That must be Dragon Goddess Yeyu's powers. There's no doubt that he's her envoy. I knew you were holding back, but I didn't expect you to be hiding this much power, Sheng Ming muttered through gritted teeth. He had intended to press the offensive, but the overwhelming pressure from Yuan made it impossible. Forced onto the defensive, Sheng Ming could only hope to spot an opening amidst the relentless assault. However, his hopes never materialized. Within half an hour, Sheng Ming was thoroughly defeated, unable to withstand Yuan's relentless pressure. I haven't experienced this level of defeat since I graduated from this place. Sheng Ming sighed out loud as he lay on the ground. Just like Sheng Ming, Several more dragons jumped onto the stage. However, they weren't as powerful as Sheng Ming yet. They still wanted to experience fighting with Yuan. I'll face all three of you at once, whenever you're ready. Yuan beckoned them. Thank you for this opportunity, Senior Envoy. The young dragons bowed to him before attacking simultaneously from different directions. Although Yuan didn't deactivate his dragon transformation, he didn't go all out either. Allowing the young dragons to fight a satisfying match, time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Yuan spent the rest of the day sparring with the young dragons in the training grounds. I'm going to train here a little longer. You can leave without me, Shimeli said to them at the end of the day. Yuan nodded and continued ascending the dragon spiral mountain with the Dragon Emperor. Sorry that took so long. I only planned on a few matches. There's nothing to apologize for. I was even expecting it to take a few days. The young dragons enjoyed it. That's all that matters. Yuan looked at him and smiled. You know, a certain friend told me how the Dragon Emperors have a terrible personality. The Dragon Emperor burst out laughing at such unexpected remarks and said, Well, your friend isn't wrong. Huh? Yuan looked at him with raised eyebrows. Chapter 1947. 7 Dragon Emperors. Don't look at me like that. I'm not talking about myself. The Dragon Emperor shook his head with a weak smile on his face. Since you've only recently arrived in the 7th heaven, you probably haven't heard of any rumors on the Dragon Emperors since they rarely get passed down to the lower heavens. There are only 7 Dragon Emperors across the entire 9 heavens, including myself, the Dragon Emperor said solemnly. Yet most of them are steeped in controversy. Take the Blood Dragon Emperor, for example. He is infamous for his uncontrollable bloodlust, going on murderous rampages every few years. Entire cities and bloodlines have been reduced to ruins beneath his wrath. Another example is the Poison Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor continued, a master of venom and toxins. He shows no regard for anything around him when he unleashes his power. Every battlefield he touches is left tainted for centuries, poisoning the land, the waters, and all life nearby. Many innocent beings have perished because of his recklessness. Why do they behave like that? Hell, how did they even become Dragon Emperors? Yuan asked. How much do you know about Dragon Emperors? How they are chosen, for example? Yuan shook his head and said, I admit that I don't know much about Dragon Emperors, since they weren't really a thing during the Immortal Monarchs' era. Sear the nouvelle.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I see then. Allow me to explain this system to you. There are 2 main requirements to becoming a Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor explained. First, you must be born into one of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines. Second, even if you possess a royal bloodline, it must reach a certain threshold of purity. Without fulfilling these 2 requirements, one cannot ascend to the title of Dragon Emperor. There are many self-proclaimed Dragon Emperors out there, but only 7 of us are true Dragon Emperors. If someone is born meeting both conditions, they must still undergo the Dragon Emperor ceremony where they are tested through a series of rigorous trials, the Dragon Emperor continued. However, that is not the final step. Even after passing the ceremony, they must receive the approval of at least 6 of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines, along with the endorsement of at least 2 current Dragon Emperors. If there are fewer than 4 Dragon Emperors in existence, one may ascend without needing their approval. However, there can never be more than 7 Dragon Emperors at any given time. If there are already 7 Dragon Emperors, anyone who meets all the prior requirements may challenge an existing Dragon Emperor to a death match, fighting for their title. Hearing this, Yuan asked, Have you ever been challenged for your title before? I have only been challenged twice since I became a Dragon Emperor 120,000 years ago, the Dragon Emperor replied with a faint smile. After all, a dragon who meets all the qualifications is born only once every few thousand years, and they tend to challenge the weakest Dragon Emperor out there. Do Dragon Emperors face no consequences for their actions? What are the other dragon clans doing? Yuan then asked. The Dragon Emperor sighed and said, Unfortunately, that's the reality we live in. Dragon Emperors aren't just powerful individuals. They have the full backing of their clans, along with the support of various other forces. Unless someone possesses overwhelming strength and an unshakable reputation, it's nearly impossible to challenge or hold a dragon emperor accountable. Even if someone qualifies to challenge them, it's rarely worth the risk, as such actions could easily ignite wars, the dragon emperor added with a heavy tone. What about the dragon ancestor and the Great One? What are they doing now? Yuan then asked about the dragons of origin. The Great One is the very embodiment of aloofness and selfishness, the dragon emperor said. He has no interest in the affairs of the dragon emperors. His only concern lies in expanding his personal collection of treasures. As for the dragon ancestor, he hasn't been seen for many thousands of years. Is that so? I guess I'll do something about it. The dragon emperor looked at Yuan with wide eyes, but he didn't object. After all, Yuan was the immortal monarch, and he had dragon goddess Yeyu's backing. If anyone could deal with the dragon emperors, it would be Yuan. Unfortunately, Yuan lacked the capabilities to deal with the dragon emperors at this moment, so he had to wait until he did. Sometime later, they arrived at the area situated just above the training grounds where a single large building stood. It served a singular purpose, used exclusively by the higher-ups of the Holy Dragon clan for important meetings and discussions. Since there was nothing of importance inside, they simply walked past the building and continued their ascent toward the mountain's peak. Eventually, they arrived at the summit, where an elevated circular platform stood, resembling a grand stage. In front of it stood a stone tablet, distinguished by a uniquely shaped hole carved through its center. Is this? The dragon emperor nodded and confirmed Yuan's suspicions. Yes, this is the teleportation device. Although it's capable of extremely long-distance teleportation, it's limited to the other dragon's spiral mountain. But alas, the key used to operate it is currently in the Azure Dragon clan's possession. Speaking of the Azure Dragon clan, could you tell me more about them? Yuan asked. I'd like to better understand their situation before I confront them. The dragon emperor nodded and replied, Of course, the Azure Dragon clan once lived peacefully, hidden away in the Sea of Dragons. For countless years they remained secluded, causing no conflict. However, for reasons unknown, they began making aggressive moves toward our dragon spiral mountain a few thousand years ago, trying to appease the Great One. We tried asking for an explanation, but they refused to reveal anything. It's likely the Great One has something to do with it, but it's not like we can confront him. The Great One has a short temper and is easily offended after all. Chapter 1948-1948 Frozen Palace. The Great One, huh? Do you know his location? Yuan asked. The Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, The number of individuals who may know his location can be counted on one hand. He loves traveling the 9 heavens in search for treasures and can be anywhere. When he's not traveling, he's most likely hidden within his own realm or slumbering somewhere in the starry sky seer. Throw novelario.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I see anyway. Going back to the Azure Dragon clan, they are one of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines, but they are ranked last in terms of prowess and influence. After a slight pause, he added, In case you are wondering, the Holy Dragon clan is ranked 6th. Their bloodline grants them complete mastery over water, so they established their main dwelling deep on the floor of the Sea of Dragons. The Dragon Emperor continued to talk about the Azure Dragon clan. Sometime later, Yuan said, I have a good understanding of the Azure Dragon clan. Somewhat, until I meet and speak with them personally, I can't say I know them. Anyway, it'll take some time before they respond to our offer, right? That's correct, the Dragon Emperor replied. The fastest we've ever received a response was 5 weeks, and the longest took nearly 7 months. Their timing is unpredictable. I'd like to train in the meantime, Yuan said. Does the Dragon Spiral Mountain have any unique training grounds? Specifically, something related to the yin attribute. I'm working on strengthening my cold immunity. The Dragon Emperor nodded and replied, Of course. We have special training grounds for those who have graduated from their initial training, what you experienced earlier. The Dragon Emperor led Yuan back down the mountain, retracing their steps until they returned to the training grounds. However, instead of stopping at the familiar arenas, where Shi Mei was still engaged in spirited sparring with the young dragons, they continued deeper, heading toward a more secluded area. When they reached their destination, Yuan found himself standing before 5 towering pagodas, each emanating a distinct and ancient aura. After taking a moment to admire their imposing beauty, Yuan shifted his gaze to the large signs hanging above each entrance. 4 levels of inferno, frozen palace, endless tribulations, venomous altar, and the unyielding playground, huh? Yuan mumbled the names written on each sign with intrigue. The Dragon Emperor began introducing each pagoda in detail. Each of these pagodas contains a realm of its own, far more vast than their appearance suggests. This one is the 4 levels of Inferno. It is designed to temper one's resistance to fire with 4 ascending levels of difficulty. You can challenge a higher floor as your endurance improves, he continued. The first level is intended for beginners with no fire resistance. The second is suited for those with weak fire resistance. The third is for those with powerful fire resistance. As for the 4th level, it should only be attempted by those who possess super fire resistance. Anything less would be courting death. The Frozen Palace follows the same structure, the Dragon Emperor continued, but it's designed to train one's resistance to cold, which should suit your needs. He gestured to the next pagoda. The endless tribulation is for tempering one's body against lightning. Then, to another, the venomous altar sharpens one's resistance to poison. Finally, he pointed to the last pagoda, and last but not least, the unyielding playground, where gravity is greatly intensified to strengthen one's raw physique and endurance. After learning about the 5 pagodas, Yuan asked, "So, the Frozen Palace only trains one's cold resistance to supreme cold resistance?" Actually, the Frozen Palace has 5 levels, so you can train your cold resistance past supreme cold resistance. The unyielding playground has the most levels, since we prefer training our raw physique, the Dragon Emperor clarified. Yuan nodded. All right, I'll be training on the 5th level within the Frozen Palace. By the way, do you have a way to contact me when the Azure Dragon Clan responds? Don't worry, I'll personally come get you when they respond. I understand. Have fun, without any delay. Yuan stepped into the pagoda dedicated to cold resistance training. The moment he crossed the threshold, his surroundings shifted. He found himself standing in a vast snowy expanse, where icy winds howled across an endless frozen plain. Far in the distance, towering against the pale horizon, stood a massive castle sculpted entirely from shimmering ice, its presence both majestic and foreboding. Since he already had supreme cold resistance, Yuan didn't feel any discomfort, but it was clear that the training had yet to truly begin. Without hesitation, Yuan began making his way toward the Ice Palace. Even before reaching the gates, Yuan could see a figure sitting in front of the entrance. When Yuan got near, this figure opened his eyes and spoke. "Since this is your first time here, allow me to give you a brief introduction. There are 5 floors in the Frozen Palace. You can increase the difficulty of your training by heading to the next floor. On each floor you will not only have to endure the cold, but you'll also have to fight enemies. If they hit you, your body becomes more prone to the cold. If you need to leave, just shout for help, and I will come rescue you." Yuan nodded before asking, "Are you with the Holy Dragon Clan?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No, I am from the Glacial Dragon Clan, the true owners of this realm. The Holy Dragon Clan merely borrows this training ground from us." "I see," Yuan murmured thoughtfully, "so the pagodas are actually teleportation devices?" The Dragon Emperor had purposefully skipped this detail to surprise Yuan. "What are the rules?" Yuan then asked. "There is only one rule here," the middle-aged man said firmly. "You are strictly prohibited from disturbing others who are training on the same floor. Violate this, and you will be immediately expelled from the training ground and banned from returning for 100 years. Yuan raised an eyebrow and muttered, "There will be others." Chapter 1949, 1949, Frozen Palace 2. "Of course, there will be others. This is a public training ground, after all," said the middle-aged man. "That said, the majority of these individuals are from the dragon clans, so you won't be seeing many humans." I see. Understandable. Whenever you're ready to begin your training, simply pass through the gates behind me, the middle-aged man instructed. Yuan nodded and, without hesitation, stepped through the gates, arriving at the first floor of the training area. The moment he crossed over, the temperature plummeted far lower than it had been outside, as if he had stepped into the heart of a frozen world. Of course, since this floor was meant for beginners, it didn't affect Yuan, who had reached supreme cold resistance without lingering. Yuan made his way straight toward the staircase leading to the second floor. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice just how vast the floor truly was. The space seemed endless. Aside from the entrance wall behind him, the castle's outer walls were nowhere in sight, swallowed by the seemingly infinite expanse of snow and ice. Moreover, at a glance, there appeared to be several thousand individuals scattered across the vast expanse, each focused intently on their training. As the middle-aged man had mentioned, the overwhelming majority of them were dragons, and those who didn't belong to the dragon clans were mostly from other beast races. Suddenly, Yuan sensed a surge of killing intent hurtling toward him. Turning swiftly to face the threat, he spotted a knight clad in icy armor, its entire form sculpted from frost. The knight charged at him with relentless momentum, its sword raised high, gleaming coldly under the pale light, without even bothering to draw his weapon. Yuan casually sidestepped the knight's sword and swung his fist. The moment his strike connected with the icy armor, the knight's entire body shattered into countless glittering fragments, scattering like snow in the air. After destroying the knight, Yuan noticed his cold resistance and spiritual energy increasing slightly. Your cold resistance has improved slightly. So they're not just an annoyance, huh? Eventually, Yuan reached the staircase leading to the next floor, only to find that it was actually a teleportation device designed to transport him directly upward. Upon arriving on the second floor, he immediately noticed the change. The number of individuals training had thinned considerably, with only a few hundred scattered across the vast frozen landscape. Moreover, the cultivators on the second floor were far stronger than those on the first. While the first floor was filled with individuals still in the spirit realm, the ones here had already stepped into the divine realm and beyond. Once again, Yuan immediately made his way to the next teleportation device. Sometime later, Yuan arrived on the third floor, where the number of individuals training had been cut in half. On the third floor, the Ice Knights were not only more powerful than on the previous floors, but they also made more frequent appearances. By the time Yuan made it to the teleportation device to the fourth floor, he had to defeat 6 Ice Knights. Search, the Novifier, et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. On the fourth floor, the number of individuals had dwindled to fewer than 100. Most of them possessed cultivation levels around immortal ascension, and a few among them had already stepped into the bronze immortal realm. Eventually, Yuan arrived at the teleportation device to the fifth floor, and right beside the device was a warning that read, "Only those who have achieved supreme cold resistance should proceed to the fifth floor." After glancing at the warning, Yuan, without hesitation, entered the teleportation device and teleported to the fifth floor. The moment Yuan stepped onto the fifth floor, a bone-chilling cold that he hadn't been able to experience in the previous 4 floors immediately washed over him. For the first time, he didn't need to fight the Ice Knights to feel his cold resistance being tempered, and simply standing there was enough to push his body toward growth. The fifth floor was noticeably less spacious than the previous levels, its confined space concentrating the cold into a much smaller area. As a result, the frigid temperature bore down on everything with a far greater intensity. Moreover, a massive ice structure stood at the very center of the training room, its towering presence radiating an even deeper, more penetrating chill. As for the number of people training on the fifth floor, there were only 4, and 3 of them were female. Unsurprisingly, the vast majority of people training inside the frozen palace were females. When Yuan arrived on the 5th floor, none of the others spared him so much as a glance, each completely absorbed in their own training. Yuan wanted to start his training immediately, but he was somewhat disappointed by the training grounds. "This place is only slightly better than Sun Ling Tai's painting," he sighed inwardly as he made his way to an empty spot and began his training. An hour into his training, Yuan had to deal with an incoming Ice Knight. The Ice Knight did not have a cultivation base, but its raw strength was comparable to someone at the peak of immortal ascension, and it was very skilled with its ice sword. However, Yuan was still able to completely destroy them with his bare fists. Cold resistance has improved. After defeating the Ice Knight, Yuan stood there with a pondering look on his face. "What a second," that guard said. "If I get hit by these Ice Knights, my body becomes more prone to the cold. If I purposefully let myself get hit and weaken myself, would that increase the speed of my training?" He had to test out his theory and waited for the next Ice Knight to appear with anticipation. An hour later, another Ice Knight appeared before Yuan. This time, instead of destroying it instantly, Yuan allowed it to land a strike on him. "You have been temporarily cursed with glacial trace. Your cold resistance has been weakened." Chapter 1950. 1950, Glacial Traces. After being struck by the Ice Knight and being cursed with glacial trace, Yuan inspected his body. "My body definitely feels colder now, but it's not enough." Since a single curse wasn't enough to see any difference, Yuan decided to let the Ice Knight strike him a few more times. "You have been cursed with glacial trace." "You have been cursed with glacial trace." "You have been cursed with glacial trace." Although Yuan took no real damage or injuries from the Ice Knight's attacks, a glowing blue chain-like tattoo would appear across his body with each strike, each mark representing a single glacial trace. After accumulating 10 glacial traces, Yuan finally sensed a change. His cold resistance had weakened to the point where the fifth floor's environment now felt genuinely threatening. However, in exchange, his cold resistance was strengthening at a noticeably faster rate than before. Naturally, Yuan wasn't the first individual to have considered this reckless action. However, he was definitely the first to weaken himself so much. The middle-aged man standing guard outside the palace had been watching Yuan out of curiosity and was dumbfounded by Yuan's actions. 10 glacial trace, his supreme cold resistance, is now only as strong as super cold resistance. What a reckless human! He'd seen impatient individuals purposefully receiving glacial traces to speed up their training before, but most of them only dared to receive 1 or 2 glacial traces. Even the most reckless individual to train at the Frozen Palace has only accepted 7 glacial traces. Yet, Yuan went ahead and purposefully received 10 glacial traces at once. However, that was only the beginning of the guard's shock, as Yuan decided to receive even more glacial traces, racking up 20 glacial traces in total. "This is more like it." A smile tugged at Yuan's lips as he shattered the Ice Knight after accumulating 20 glacial traces. By now, his cold resistance had dropped to the level of powerful cold resistance, a full 2 stages lower than the recommended threshold for surviving on the 5th floor. Yet, despite the overwhelming cold, his excitement only grew. The other 4 individuals training on the 5th floor finally turned their attention to Yuan, their faces filled with shock and disbelief as they realized what he had done to himself. Lowering his cold resistance to such a dangerous level in this environment was nothing short of madness, and yet he stood there unyielding. "Who is that?" "I've been training here for over 100 years, and this is my first time seeing him," one of them questioned out loud. "He's a human, too." Whoever he is, he won't last long with that many glacial traces on him. I'll give him a few days at most before he is forced to leave or dies," one of them sneered. After showing brief interest in Yuan, the 4 individuals quickly returned to their own training. Hours turned into days. A week had passed since Yuan arrived on the 5th floor and started training his cold resistance. The others believed that he would only last a few days, but he persisted for an entire week and didn't appear to be giving up any time soon. Seer Tho, novelfire.net, website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A month later, the middle-aged man who usually guarded the entrance unexpectedly appeared on the 5th floor, drawing puzzled looks from those training there. It was the first time any of them had seen him abandon his post. The middle-aged man approached Yuan after finding him. "I have a message from the Holy Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor," he said. "The Azure Dragon Clan has responded. They have agreed to meet you. It will happen in 3 months on a specific island." You can continue training here for another 2.5 months, since it'll take us 2 weeks to arrive at the meeting place. That's the end of his message. Do you have anything to say to him?" Yuan then said, "Tell him that I'll see him in 2 months." The middle-aged man silently nodded and left the next moment. He received a message from the Holy Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor. What's his relationship with the Dragon Emperor? His background must be quite extraordinary. The 4 individuals itched to approach Yuan and strike up a conversation, curiosity burning in their eyes. However, bound by the strict rules of the training ground, they didn't dare disturb him, knowing that even a simple word could be seen as interfering with his training. Even when they spoke aloud, it was little more than muttering to themselves, carefully avoiding direct conversation with one another to stay within the rules. Once the middle-aged man left, Yuan returned to his training. However, when the Ice Knight appeared half an hour later, Yuan allowed it to strike him, giving himself several more glacial traces. Heavens, he's at 30 traces now. Is he actually trying to kill himself? The others were in disbelief at Yuan's recklessness. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan would have died countless times already if it weren't for his regeneration ability and powerful physique. I need to achieve cold immunity before I meet the Azure Dragon Clan. With that determination, Yuan increased his glacial traces until he reached 40. With 40 glacial traces suppressing his cold resistance, Yuan was essentially left without any defense against the cold, enduring a temperature intended for those with supreme cold resistance. Holy shit! How is he not dead? His cultivation is only at Divine Emperor 2. Look closely. His body is recovering as it is being frozen and shattered. I cannot imagine the pain he must be experiencing right now. What horrifying regenerative abilities. He must have some kind of godlike physique, or maybe he consumed a miracle treasure before coming here. The 4 individuals training on the 5th floor were so shocked and unsettled by Yuan's reckless training that they found themselves unable to concentrate on their own. One by one, they abandoned their training, their full attention drawn irresistibly to Yuan instead. They all wanted to see his limit. Search thenovelfire.net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, chapter 1951. Cold immunity. An entire month has passed since Yuan accepted 40 glacial traces on his body. Although his training progress has sped up tremendously, Yuan could tell that he would still not be able to achieve cold immunity within what little time he had left. Thus he decided to push himself further and accepted another 10 glacial traces, bringing his total to 50. His recklessness was so mind-boggling that it indirectly disturbed the others' training. There was simply no way they could focus on their own training when there was such a madman in their presence. With only 1 week remaining, Yuan suddenly began making his way toward the massive ice structure at the center of the floor, the very source of the coldest, most concentrated energy in the entire training ground. The others could only watch in silence, occasionally swallowing hard as tension gripped them. Each of them was a golden immortal, one even a true immortal, yet not a single one dared to approach the ice structure. Its oppressive cold was something even they instinctively feared. And yet, Yuan walked toward it without hesitation. He's actually approaching the Heaven Frost essence. That thing could instantly freeze an immortal, even if they have cold immunity. There was a reason why everyone was training far away from the Heaven Frost essence. Cold resistance has improved tremendously. Cold resistance has improved tremendously. Yuan's cold resistance was improving at a tremendous rate, but his body was also experiencing unspeakable pain. His skin, blood, and even his bones were constantly freezing and shattering with every passing second. A few days later, your skill, Supreme Cold Resistance, has developed into cold immunity. A unique aura enveloped Yuan's figure the moment he achieved cold immunity. He's actually achieved cold immunity. You have achieved 4 different types of immunity. You have earned the title True Impervious Physique. Harmonious Heaven, refining immortal physique, has begun fusing with cold immunity. Progress 1%. As Yuan had anticipated, his Harmonious Heaven refining immortal physique began to merge with his cold immunity. However, unlike his time in the primal expanse, the training ground here, despite its intensity, was ultimately too weak to yield any significant progress. Yuan turned his gaze toward the towering ice structure in front of him, the thought of taking a few bites out of it briefly crossing his mind as a way to accelerate his progress. But after a moment of consideration, he shook the idea away. This training ground didn't belong to him, nor even to the Holy Dragon clan. Claiming something so central to its design would be crossing a line he wasn't willing to step over. Looks like I will have to visit White Hell to complete its fusion, he sighed inwardly. Since he'd achieved his goals, Yuan decided to end his training there and began walking toward the teleportation device. Excuse me, are you done with your training? One of the four immortals suddenly called out to Yuan. If he'd finished his training, it wouldn't be against the rules to disturb him. Yuan halted his steps and turned to face the four immortals. Yes, I am done here. May I ask for your name? I'm Bing Xin from the Glacial Dragon clan. Yuan pondered for a moment whether he should use his real identity or a fake one. In the end, he spoke with a calm smile. My name is Yuan, and I'd like to thank the Glacial Dragon clan for sharing this training ground. Bing Xin didn't know what else to say, and could only watch as Yuan entered the teleportation device and disappeared from the 5th floor. Sometime later, Yuan left the ice palace. Noticing his presence, the middle-aged man could only shake his head and mumble, "You're a monster." Thank you, by the way. How do I leave this place? There's only one teleportation device. It'll take you back to the place you came from. All right. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. The Holy Dragon Emperor was waiting for him in front of the pagoda when he returned and said, "How was your training?" "I have achieved one of my goals, but I am still far from reaching my final goal anyway. When will we head out to meet the Azure Dragon clan?" "We can immediately leave." "Let's do it. Very well." The Dragon Emperor suddenly took a deep breath before speaking in a loud voice that rippled throughout the Dragon Spiral Mountain. "We're leaving immediately." A few moments later, a massive flying treasure in the shape of a boat appeared in the sky. The Holy Dragon clan had been preparing for their departure the moment they received the Azure Dragon clan's response, and was only waiting for Yuan's return. Without any delay, Yuan and the Dragon Emperor flew onto the flying treasure, where Shimeli and other Holy Dragon clan members were waiting. Moreover, there was a small group of elite warriors looking like they were prepared to go to war. "Welcome back, Yuan." Shimeli approached him with a smile on her face. Yuan smiled back and said, "Looks like you've been working hard these past few months." Shimeli's cultivation had not only soared to the peak of Divine Grandmaster, but her aura was also much sharper than before. "The Holy Dragon clan was generous enough to provide me with a personal instructor, and I have been training pretty much every day since then," she revealed. "I heard you've been training inside the Frozen Palace. I plan on training at the Unyielding Playground once we return." "Senior, are we allowed to leave now?" asked the owner of the flying treasure. Yuan nodded. "Yes, we can leave now." Soon the flying treasure began moving, flying with immense speed. "We're headed to the Dragon Assembly Hall. It's a building built on an unnamed island specifically for meetings between the Holy Dragon clan and the Azure Dragon clan," the Dragon Emperor explained as they traveled, Sarah the Novel Fire Eid website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1952, 1952. Meeting the Azure Dragon clan. "Are they soldiers?" Yuan asked, his gaze settling on the group of elite warriors stationed around the ship, standing like silent sentinels. "Yes," the Dragon Emperor replied. "We're not expecting a battle with the Azure Dragon clan, but it's a precaution. They'll be doing the same on their end." "I see." Their journey to the Dragon Assembly Hall took just over a week, so they still had a few days to spare before their scheduled meeting with the Azure Dragon clan. The Dragon Assembly Hall itself was an imposing dome-shaped structure constructed at the heart of a barren, isolated island. Normally, sea beasts roamed these waters in abundance, but Yuan couldn't sense a single presence near the island. It was as if something on the island itself was repelling them. Can I explore the place before the Azure Dragon clan's arrival? She merely asked. However, the Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, Since this is a formal meeting, we can only enter the island on the scheduled date, even if we've arrived early. Oh, okay. The Azure Dragon clan didn't make an appearance until a day before the scheduled meeting. Unlike the Holy Dragon clan, who traveled by air, the Azure Dragon clan moved through the sea depths, emerging gracefully from the sea as if the ocean itself parted to welcome them. So that's the Azure Dragon clan, huh? She merely murmured, her eyes scanning their features with quiet curiosity. Unlike the Holy Dragon clan, who bore black hair and golden eyes, the Azure Dragon clan stood out with their light blue hair, shimmering like the sea under sunlight, paired with the same striking golden eyes that marked their royal heritage. However, just like the Holy Dragon clan, they did not set foot on the island and merely camped out right outside it. Just as the Dragon Emperor predicted, the Azure Dragon clan also brought their own warriors. In fact, they brought thrice as many soldiers as the Holy Dragon clan. The next day, both the Azure Dragon clan and the Holy Dragon clan entered the island and made their way to the building. Neither attempted to speak with the other until they were inside the building. Once they were seated, the leader of the Azure Dragon clan, Zhao Zhenhai, spoke. What's the meaning of this, Holy Dragon Emperor? Why did you bring a human to such an important meeting? Watch your mouth, Zhao Zhenhai. He's not your typical human, Yuan then spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuan, and I was the one who arranged our meeting today. What? You're? Yes, I am Dragon Goddess Yeo's envoy. Ha 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 ha! Zhao Zhenhai suddenly burst out laughing. Do you really expect me to believe that you, a human, are the dragon? Before Zhao Zhenhai could even finish his sentence, Yuan activated his dragon transformation, unleashing a surge of aura that flooded the entire room with overwhelming pressure. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon clan reacted instantly. Sensing the sudden release of power, they instinctively shifted into combat stances, their bodies tensing as if bracing for a battle. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Holy Dragon clan also braced themselves. However, the tense atmosphere quickly calmed down when Yuan remained still. So you can use dragon transformation. I fail to see how that proves you are Dragon Goddess Yeo's envoy. Zhao Zhenhai sneered in disbelief. It proves you know nothing about Dragon Goddess Yeo. Someone from the Holy Dragon clan sneered. What? Zhao Zhenhai frowned at such provocative words. The Dragon Emperor smiled and elaborated. Dragon Goddess Yeo has the ability to grant abilities unique to dragons to other beast races, including humans. The fact that he can use dragon transformation is proof that he was blessed by Dragon Goddess Yeo. Zhao Zhenhai narrowed his eyes and asked, When did you become her envoy? As far as I am aware, Dragon Goddess Yeo has not made any appearances since the Immortal Monarch's era. Yuan smiled and said, Recently? What? Many from the Azure Dragon clan showed surprise, even shock, upon hearing this. Are you implying that Dragon Goddess Yeo has returned? Zhao Zhenhai asked. Although he tried to hide it, his voice was still trembling slightly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Bullshit. I have witnessed evidence of her return with my own eyes, said the Dragon Emperor. Me too, Seer the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Those who were there to witness Dragon Goddess Yeo's appearance in the Dragon Spiral Mountain joined in. Zhao Zhenhai remained silent for a good moment before he finally responded. Since the Holy Dragon clan vouches for him, I'll take your word for it. So, Dragon Goddess Yeo's envoy, why did you organize this meeting? I'll get straight to the point. The key you took from the Holy Dragon clan. I need it. You mean the key that our Azure Dragon clan won during a bet? I don't mind lending it to you, but it won't be free even if you're Dragon Goddess Yeo's envoy, of course. I don't intend to take it for free, Yuan said calmly. What do you want in exchange? I want the Dragon Spiral Mountain. The room fell into a suffocating silence. The members of the Azure Dragon clan struggled to maintain their composure, faint smirks tugging at the corners of their lips and amusement flickering in their eyes. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Holy Dragon clan darkened, their brows furrowed deeply in barely restrained indignation. Unfortunately, I do not own the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so I cannot give it to you. However, I can give you something else. And what can you possibly give me that's worth more than the Dragon Spiral Mountain? Zhao Zhenhai sneered in disdain. The reason you want the Dragon Spiral Mountain is because you want the Great One's attention, right? Do you need something from him? Even if I do need something from the Great One, it's not something you can provide. Yuan smiled and said, You're right. I may not be able to provide it, but Dragon Goddess Yeyu might. What? Zhao Zhenhai's expression stiffened. Chapter 1953, Azure Dragon Clan's Predicament. Yuan continued, his voice steady and firm. You may not know much about Dragon Goddess Yeyo, but surely you should be aware that among the 3 dragons of origin she stands as the strongest. Whatever the Great One can offer, there's little if anything that Dragon Goddess Yeyo cannot match or surpass. Zhao Zhenhai fell silent to ponder Yuan's words, and the rest of the Azure Dragon clan began exchanging glances with each other. Eventually Zhao Zhenhai spoke, I am willing to negotiate, but I will only continue speaking if you Dragon Goddess Yeyo's envoy are alone. That means the rest of the Holy Dragon clan must leave. That's unreasonable. There's no way we could leave Senior Envoy alone with you bastards. The Dragon Emperor then spoke, his tone calm yet resolute. I must agree with the others. He holds as much importance to us as Dragon Goddess Yeyu herself. We cannot in good conscience allow him to be left in the hands of your Azure Dragon clan, especially after the aggression you've already shown. This matter pertains to information meant solely for the Azure Dragon clan. Zhao Zhenhai said firmly. It is not something to be shared with outsiders, especially the Holy Dragon clan. Holy Dragon Emperor pondered for a brief moment before responding. In that case, I alone will stay here with him. I may be with the Holy Dragon clan, but I have my own reputation to uphold as a Dragon Emperor. I can even make an oath if you're not satisfied. Zhao Zhenhai nodded and said, If it's just you, and you're willing to swear an oath you will keep it to yourself, I'm willing to let you stay. The Dragon Emperor turned to glance at the members of the Holy Dragon clan behind him. Without a single word exchanged, they quietly took their leave, offering no complaints or objections. With the Dragon Emperor present, the strongest among them, they had no reason to doubt Yuan's safety. Once the Holy Dragon clan left, the Dragon Emperor solemnly swore an oath binding himself to secrecy until death regarding anything discussed in the conversation that followed. Only after the oath was spoken did Zhao Zhenhai finally open his mouth to speak. I'll get straight to the point, Zhao Zhenhai said, his expression turning grave. Search the Novel Fira Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Our clan's bloodline is cursed. With each passing generation, its purity diminishes. If this continues, the Azure Dragon clan will eventually fall beneath the threshold required to be recognized as a royal bloodline. To stop this decline, we need the assistance of the Great One. However, to even get his attention, we need something he's interested in, and that's the Dragon Spiral Mountain. How can you be so sure it's a curse that's causing your bloodline to decline? Dragon Emperor asked with a doubtful look on his face. Because that's what the bastard who did it to us said. Zhao Zhenhai shouted angrily as he slammed the desk. That bastard? Yuan raised an eyebrow. I don't know who or what he truly is, Zhao Zhenhai said, his voice low with lingering unease. He simply appeared before our headquarters one day and demanded our family heirloom. When we refused and attempted to drive him off, he warned us that he would curse our bloodline. That was many thousands of years ago. Since then, our lineage has steadily declined. At first, the changes were subtle, barely noticeable, but now it's growing worse with each generation. I see. So this curse is the source of your problem, and if I get rid of it, you'll lend me the key? Yuan said. If you can solve our predicament, let alone lend you the key, we'll give it to you. Yuan smiled and said, That's a promise. As for your curse, I have a simple solution that doesn't even require Dragon Goddess Yao's involvement. What? In response to the Azure Dragon Clan's puzzled expressions, Yuan retrieved the sacred chalice of purification and explained, "If you pour a few drops of your blood into this chalice, it'll get rid of your curse." That? What kind of treasure is that? Zhao Zhenhai asked, swallowing nervously as he felt the profound and unfamiliar aura radiating from the chalice. Even the Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed with intrigue. The aura it emitted was unlike anything he had ever sensed, ancient, otherworldly, and utterly unique. No one present could recall encountering anything quite like it before. "It belongs to Dragon Goddess Yao," Yuan explained briefly. "Are you worried it might do something to you?" Zhao Zhenhai hesitated, then shifted his gaze to the Dragon Emperor, seeking silent reassurance, as if needing his approval before proceeding. "If anything happens to you, I'll offer you my life." The Dragon Emperor spoke without an ounce of hesitation in his voice. Zhao Zhenhai nodded and fed several drops of his blood to the chalice. Yuan and everyone in the room waited in tense silence, a mix of anticipation and unease hanging heavily in the air. However, nothing happened even after many moments, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Zhao Zhenhai could no longer keep silent and questioned. Yuan inspected the chalice to ensure nothing was wrong with it before looking at Zhao Zhenhai and speaking with a serious face. "You're not cursed? What? How is that possible?" Zhao Zhenhai exclaimed in disbelief. "You must be messing with me. What would I gain from lying to you?" Yuan shook his head. "This is a profound treasure that can remove even the strongest curses out there. The fact that it's not responding to your blood is simply because you're not cursed. Then how do you explain what's been happening to my clan's bloodline?" Zhao Zhenhai roared, his voice trembling with frustration. "Are you telling me my entire family has been wrong all this time?" He refused to believe it was all just a misunderstanding. There had to be more behind the slow collapse of his lineage. Yuan shrugged and said, "I have no way of knowing that unless I take a closer look for myself. How about I come to your place and investigate it further?" Chapter 1954, Visiting the Azure Dragon Clan's Territory. "Did I hear you correctly? You want to visit the Azure Dragon Clan's headquarters?" Zhao Zhenhai asked with a deep frown. "Yes," Yuan replied with a nod. "And what exactly do you hope to accomplish?" Zhao Zhenhai pressed. "Our clan has lived there for tens of thousands of years. We've searched every corner, and nothing we've found has ever explained our situation or hinted at a solution. Who knows? I can't tell you until I see it for myself. Maybe you missed something. What do you have to lose anyway?" Zhao Zhenhai rubbed his eyes and sighed. "Dragon Emperor, will you be joining him? I won't allow anyone else from the Holy Dragon Clan to join." Holy Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "Naturally. Wherever he goes, I will follow. Since this involves the entire clan, I cannot make this decision myself. Let me return to my clan to speak with the others first. I will contact you within 2 months." Very well. The meeting ended shortly after with the Azure Dragon Clan and the Holy Dragon Clan returning to their own homes. SER, the novellefaria.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "So, what's happening?" the Holy Dragon Clan asked the Dragon Emperor as they rode their flying treasure back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. "I cannot go into details since I made an oath, but Senior Envoy and I will be making a trip to the Azure Dragon Clan soon." "What? You're heading directly to their headquarters? That's too reckless even for you, Your Majesty." "It's fine, even if they try to do something. I will take down at least half of their clan before I perish." Yuan shook his head and tried to reassure the others that it would be fine. "The Azure Dragon Clan is in a unique situation. I doubt they'll do anything to us. I don't know what's happening, but what if they're tricking you, Senior Envoy? What if it's an ambush?" Yuan chuckled and said, "Do you really think we'll be going there alone? Have you forgotten who else is with me?" They quickly came to a realization. "That's right. You have Dragon Goddess Yao." Yuan nodded. Indeed, with Dragon Goddess Yayo at our side, not even the Great One could do anything to us, he said. Hearing this, the Holy Dragon Clan was no longer worried about their safety. If anything, they hoped the Azure Dragon Clan would try something so they could be erased from existence by Dragon Goddess Yayo. Once they returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Ji Meili immediately returned to her training. As for Yuan, he also returned to the Frozen Palace to progress his physique, even if it was just a little. "You're back? Why?" The middle-aged man was puzzled by his return and said, "Didn't you already achieve cold immunity? It won't go any further than that, even if you train for 1,000 years. I know, without offering any explanation. Yuan entered the 5th floor. There's nobody here? Yuan had expected to see the 4 immortals who were training there during his last visit. With only 2 weeks having passed, they should still have been in the midst of their training. Unbeknownst to him, however, the 4 had been so shaken by Yuan's reckless training that they chose to take a break from their own cultivation. Some time later, Yuan seated himself beside the Heaven Frost essence. Despite his cold immunity, the presence of the ice crystal radiated an intense chill that was still bitterly cold even for him. When the ice knight appeared an hour later, Yuan purposefully allowed it to attack him, quickly stacking up glacial traces again. This time, Yuan pushed himself directly to 50 glacial traces. However, even after an entire hour, his physique showed no signs of improvement. Curious, he attempted to push further, stacking additional glacial traces onto his body. Yet, as he reached 60, he realized there was a limit to their effectiveness. Beyond 50, the additional traces had no noticeable impact. It felt no different than before. An entire week later, Yuan finally noticed some improvements to his physique, but it was incredibly minimal. Progress 2% after an entire week of relentless training, Yuan's progress had increased by only a single %. At this rate, it would take him nearly 2 full years to reach completion, but knowing the nature of his physique, he understood all too well. The closer he came to perfecting it, the slower and harder the progress would become. Realistically, no matter how much time he spent here, it was unlikely he would ever fully complete his physique in this place alone. Still, Yuan wanted to make the most of the opportunity. He devoted all his time to training on the 5th floor while awaiting a response from the Azure Dragon Clan. A month and a half passed before the long-awaited message finally arrived. In that time, he had managed to increase his physique's progress by only another 3%. "The Dragon Emperor has a message for you." Before the man could convey the Dragon Emperor's message, Yuan walked toward the teleportation device and said, "No need, I'll hear it from him personally." Sometime later, Yuan met up with the Dragon Emperor. "The Azure Dragon Clan has responded. They agreed to let us visit their territory, and they'll pick us up from this place in a month." "Sounds good." With a month remaining before his visit to the Azure Dragon Clan's territory, Yuan spent his days sparring with the young dragons at the training grounds. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and a month later Zhao Zhenhai and a small group of elite guards showed up at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Yuan and the Dragon Emperor wasted no time and grouped up with them. "Before we depart, do you need any water-breathing pills?" Zhao Zhenhai asked, aware that humans couldn't breathe underwater. "I'll be fine as long as I cover myself with spiritual energy," said Yuan. Zhao Zhenhai raised an eyebrow and said, "What if you run out of spiritual energy? Don't underestimate the Sea of Dragons. It can be quite rough, even for an immortal. Whatever. Even if you exhaust your spiritual energy, we have some water-breathing pills prepared for you, so you won't die from drowning." "Thank you for your consideration." Yuan smiled. Search thenovelfire.net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1955, Underwater City. After forming an airtight barrier of spiritual energy around himself, functioning like a self-contained air tank, Yuan stepped forward and followed Zhao Zhenhai into the depths of the Sea of Dragons. The waters of the Sea of Dragons were remarkably clear, allowing Yuan to see his surroundings with ease, even without the aid of any special techniques or artifacts. Once they had descended deep enough into the sea, One of the soldiers accompanying Zhao Zhenhai suddenly shifted into his true form, a massive, blue-scaled dragon whose presence seemed to ripple through the surrounding waters with raw majesty and power. "Hop on," Zhao Zhenhai said to them as he stood on the dragon's back, treating it like a mount. Flying treasures that functioned underwater were rare and not as fast as they were in the sky, but for the Azure Dragon clan, such tools were unnecessary masters of the sea. They traversed the waters with ease, relying on their natural prowess rather than external aid. "We will arrive at our destination in a month," said Zhao Zhenhai. "A month? Your base isn't as far as I expected," Yuan remarked. Zhao Zhenhai laughed at Yuan's remark and said, "It only takes a month because we're taking a shortcut. If we travel normally, it takes several years to reach our place." "By shortcut, do you mean the underwater currents? A few of those and a natural teleporter. Just as the primal expanse possessed natural teleporters, so too did the Nine Heavens, though most of them were hidden deep beneath the sea. As for the underwater currents, they functioned like one-way tunnels, allowing anything within them to travel at incredible speeds with minimal effort. A few days later, they reached their first underwater current. The moment the dragon entered it, a powerful force surged around them, and their speed increased several-fold, propelling them through the depths like an arrow loosed from a bow. However, these water currents are not without drawbacks. One of the drawbacks to these underwater currents was their sheer intensity. Some were so powerful that they could tear a body apart if one wasn't strong enough to withstand the force. "It's been a while since I entered one of these," Yuan thought to himself as he reminisced about the previous times he'd traveled underwater as Tian Yi, the immortal monarch. The Azure Dragon clan wasn't the only one to call the ocean depths their home. Countless species and races had carved out their own domains beneath the waves. While the underwater world wasn't nearly as densely populated as the lands above, it was far from empty, filled with a wide variety of beings who had adapted to life in the vast, mysterious deep. When he was still living as the immortal monarch, he'd even visited cities that were entirely built underwater. After spending several days riding the current, they finally reached its end. However, it wasn't long before they came across another one just a few hours later, and without hesitation they entered and let it carry them onward through the depths once more. As for Yuan's barrier, it was under constant assault from the powerful currents. If not for his physique that constantly replenished his spiritual energy and experience, maintaining it would have been impossible for someone at his cultivation level. Half a month later, they arrived at their first natural teleporter, which existed in a suspicious-looking fissure at the sea floor. Throughout their journey, Yuan encountered many unique sea beasts, some bearing a striking resemblance to dragons, although lacking the distinct commanding aura that true dragons possessed. Yet despite their size or appearance, these creatures would always steer clear once they sensed the group's presence, instinctively avoiding the path of the Azure Dragon clan. Hell, Yuan even came across a few flying leviathans, but like the rest of the sea beasts, they veered away the moment they sensed the group's presence. After passing through the deep fissure, Yuan's group emerged into an entirely different region of the sea. The terrain had shifted so drastically that without thousands of years of experience living in these waters, it would be nearly impossible to navigate or know where to go next. Ser, the Novfire Edet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After passing through several more currents and one final natural teleporter, Yuan and his group finally arrived at the Azure Dragon clan's territory. Nestled deep within the tranquil blue of the sea, the territory resembled a small, self-contained city, its structures crafted from a combination of gleaming coral, crystal, and flowing stone that shimmered with life and energy. Towering spires curved like sea serpents, and wide pavilions were anchored to the seabed by living roots that pulsed faintly with energy. Glowing flora swayed with the tides, illuminating the surroundings with a gentle bioluminescence. At the same time, aquatic beasts native to the region glided peacefully between structures, coexisting in harmony with the azure dragons. Despite being underwater, the city exuded a quiet, regal grandeur, an ancient calm that reflected the pride and heritage of the Azure Dragon clan. Unlike the Holy Dragon clan, which remained largely self-contained within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, The Azure Dragon clan operated more like a traditional royal house, complete with its own city, infrastructure, and citizens. They didn't just command a bloodline, they ruled a domain. As for the inhabitants of the Azure Dragon clan's territory, they weren't limited to dragons alone. A diverse array of sea races could be seen moving through the city, most of them bearing the human form. Just like most land-dwelling beasts, sea beasts had adopted human forms for convenience, making interaction, movement, and daily life far easier within a structured society. As Yuan's group passed over the city from above, the scene below shifted. Everyone, regardless of race or status, paused what they were doing and looked up. With reverent expressions, they offered respectful bows or gestures, honoring the presence of the Azure Dragon clan.
Is this your first time seeing an underwater city?
Zhao Zhenhai suddenly asked Yuan. He shook his head and responded with a slight smile. No, but it's definitely been a while since I visited one. Chapter 1956-1956, Azure Dragon Clan's Three Elders. After passing through the underwater city, Yuan's group continued their journey for several more hours, gliding deeper into the heart of the Azure Dragon Clan's domain. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, a massive underwater courtyard residence that stretched across several miles of seafloor. Its grand architecture blended seamlessly with the surrounding ocean, featuring sweeping halls made of reinforced coral, shimmering crystal pillars, and roofs shaped like flowing waves. The entire structure radiated an aura of nobility and ancient power befitting the status of a royal dragon clan. Yuan's group landed right at the entrance, where a group of individuals from the Azure Dragon clan stood in orderly formation, awaiting their arrival. The Azure Dragon clan welcomes the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeo and the Holy Dragon Emperor to our humble domain. Thank you for having us, Yuan said politely as he leapt down from the dragon's back, landing lightly on the sea floor. Let's head inside first, Zhao Zhenhai added, gesturing toward the grand entrance as he began walking ahead. Once inside, Zhao Zhenhai led them through a series of ornate halls before guiding them into a spacious chamber where three more individuals awaited. Unlike those outside, these figures radiated a far greater presence, each one exuding a level of cultivation and authority that rivaled the upper echelons of the Holy Dragon clan's command. Their gazes were sharp, their auras refined. Let me give you a brief introduction. They are the three Grand Elders. Their position and authority within the Azure Dragon clan is only below mine and our ancestor. I'm the first Elder, Zhao Wenyan, second Elder, Zhao Yansheng, third Elder, Zhao Hanchen. I'm Yuan, envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeo. We've heard everything from the clan leader. You claim we've not been cursed. Is that correct? Said the second Elder. Yuan nodded and said, If you don't believe me, you can give it a try as well. He retrieved the sacred chalice of purification and gestured at them. Don't worry, we'll definitely do so. However, we won't be the ones doing it. Instead, it'll be someone who is, without a shadow of doubt, cursed, said the first Elder as he made a gesture with his hand. The next moment, a middle-aged man entered the room, his wrists bound in thick chains like a prisoner, and his complexion pale as moonlight, as though drained by time or torment, the third Elder explained. We've placed a powerful curse on him right before your arrival, so we know he's definitely cursed. If you're able to remove that curse with your treasure, we'll believe your claims. Yuan nodded and said to the man, Feed this chalice several drops of your blood. The man gave a faint nod and followed the instructions with slow, weakened movements. Once the man offered his blood to the chalice. Zhao Zhenhai and the three Elders observed in solemn silence, their expressions tense and unreadable. Moments later, the two dragons etched into the chalice stirred to life, gliding around its surface in fluid motion as though awakened by the blood itself. They circled the chalice with growing excitement, their movements swift and vibrant, reacting to something within the offering. Now drink this. Yuan gathered the liquid from the chalice with his spiritual energy and hovered it above the man, who opened his mouth and drank it without question. Before long, a visible change came over the sickly man. Color began to return to his pale complexion, and the weakness in his limbs slowly faded. Sor the novel firo. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His breathing steadied, his posture straightened, and a faint glow returned to his eyes. Zhao Zhenhai and the three elders stared in astonishment, their solemn expressions giving way to surprise and wonder as they witnessed the transformation before them. After a brief moment of stillness, the third elder suddenly sprang into action and began inspecting the man. It's real. His curse has been lifted, he revealed in a trembling voice. What? But we'd placed a supreme curse on him. How could it be removed with such ease? Exclaimed the first elder, his voice filled with disbelief. Satisfied? Yuan asked them. Just a second. We still need to use the treasure on us to confirm that we're not cursed, said the second elder. Yuan offered no objection to their request, and began testing their blood one by one. However, by the end of it all, the chalice remained completely still, showing no reaction to any of them. How do we know that you're not controlling the treasure so that it only works with your permission? The third elder suddenly questioned. Yuan shrugged and said, That's impossible to prove, so you'll just have to believe me. You're overestimating yourselves a little too much. The envoy has no reason to harm your Azure Dragon clan. The Dragon Emperor suddenly spoke in a somewhat disdainful tone. Tea? That's? I just want the key you took from the Holy Dragon Clan. If I wanted to harm the Azure Dragon Clan, I would have taken it by force, said Yuan, and we would have helped him. The Dragon Emperor added with a smile, All right, we get it. Zhao Zhenhai sighed as he rubbed his eyes. We'll trust you. What are you going to do now? Well, I've been thinking about it for the past month, but there's really nothing I can say or do until I take a look around the place. In that case, we'll show you around our territory. Sure thing. I have something to do, so I'll assign some guards to be with you. It's not that I don't trust you, but it'll make traversing our territory much more convenient, said Zhao Zhenhai. I understand. Then please wait here for a moment. Zhao Zhenhai and the three grand elders left Yuan and the Dragon Emperor alone inside the room while they gathered a small group of guards. About half an hour later, 2 guards arrived at their room, a young man and a young woman, both golden immortal cultivators. My name is Xuanbing, said the young man. I'm Binglan, and will be your guide, said the young woman. I'm Yuan. Let's get along. Search the novel fire. Net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1957, 1957. Where would you like to visit first? Envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeu, Xuanbing asked. That's too long. Just call me Yuan. Then, Senior Yuan, where would you like to go? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's take a look around this place first, since we're already here. Very well. Rather than searching within the Azure Dragon clan's residence, Yuan chose to explore the area surrounding their living quarters. Xuanbing and Binglan followed quietly a short distance behind Yuan. While their presence served as a protective escort, it was clear they were also there to keep a close eye on him, ensuring he didn't do anything deemed suspicious. The area surrounding the Azure Dragon clan's residence was vast and open, teeming with vibrant marine life. Colorful corals sprawled across the seafloor alongside smooth stones and swaying seaweeds, creating a natural tapestry rich with motion and life. Does the Azure Dragon clan use this space for anything? Yuan asked. Not that I am aware of, however. They do keep this place organized, treating it like an outdoor garden, said Binglan. No wonder it looks so beautiful, Yuan said as he swept the entire area with his divine sense. However, he was unable to find anything out of the ordinary. I don't see anything here. Let's check out the city. Sometime later, Yuan made his way back to the city they had passed through not long ago. This place is even more magnificent from up close. The underwater city bore a striking resemblance to those on land, complete with bustling businesses, residential buildings, and streets paved with smooth sea stone. Even food stalls lined the pathways, their colorful banners swaying gently in the currents, offering all manner of underwater delicacies to passers-by. Yuan approached one of the nearby stalls with quiet intrigue. On land, such stalls typically sold skewers, steamed buns, or sizzling grilled dishes, But here beneath the sea, every vendor offered only raw seafood and vegetables. It wasn't surprising, of course. In a place where fire was useless, raw delicacies were the norm. "How much for that one?" Yuan asked, pointing to a piece of seafood neatly wrapped in what looked like blue seaweed. "2 ordinary shells," said the vendor. Yuan raised his eyebrows at this unfamiliar currency. "We have our own currencies down here," said Xuanbing. "Allow me to pay for you." Xuanbing produced 2 beautiful and identical shell-like objects and handed them to the vendor, who immediately accepted them before handing Yuan his food. As soon as it was in his hand, Yuan took a bite. The texture was smooth and delicately soft, almost melting on his tongue. A strong, briny flavor filled his mouth, a rich, oceanic taste that was clean and refreshing, the kind only found in the freshest, highest quality fish. The blue seaweed used to wrap the seafood offered a pleasant contrast, slightly tougher in texture, but with a satisfying crunch that complemented the softness of the filling. "What kind of food is this?" Yuan asked the vendor. "That is flying leviathan meat wrapped with spiritual seaweed." "What?" Surprise and bewilderment flashed across Yuan's face the moment he learned the identity of what he'd just eaten. Flying leviathans were known as the king of the seas by mortals, especially back in the primordial era, and yet here they were, reduced to affordable stall food, casually served and consumed as though they were no more special than common fish. "Is there something wrong with the food?" the vendor asked with a worried look on his face, clearly afraid to offend someone being escorted by 2 soldiers from the Azure Dragon clan. "Oh, there's nothing wrong. The food was delicious, thank you." Yuan continued to wander through the city, his expression calm and almost leisurely, like that of a curious traveler taking in the sights. But beneath that relaxed exterior he remained vigilant. His divine sense was constantly at work, quietly sweeping through the surroundings, as he diligently inspected every corner for anything unusual. Due to the city's immense scale, it took Yuan nearly 2 full weeks to explore it in its entirety. He left no alley, district, or passage unchecked, his divine sense meticulously combing through every layer of coral, stone, and structure. Yet, despite his thorough search, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Search. The Novellier. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Anything? Binglin asked him. Yuan shook his head. Not surprising. The Azure Dragon clan has already searched through the city several times at that. Yuan then said, "You said the Azure Dragon clan fought with the individual who cursed your clan, right?" "Yes, that's right. Where did the fight take place? Can you take me there?" "What's the point?" "The fight occurred many thousands of years ago. I doubt there are anything left from that event. We won't know until we see it for ourselves." Xuanbing and Binglan exchanged glances with each other. Eventually Xuanbing said, "All right, we'll take you there." The group made their way back toward the Azure Dragon clan's residence, but instead of stopping, they continued past it. After traveling several hundred miles through the serene, light-dappled waters, Xuanbing and Binglin came to a halt before a strange and desolate field. The area stretched wide and eerie, marked by hundreds of deep, irregular craters etched into the seabed, each one like a scar carved into the ocean floor. "The battle took place here?" Xuanbing said solemnly. "Though the Azure Dragon clan fought against a single individual, that person held their ground for an entire month against all of us, and in the end they still managed to escape with their life." Yuan didn't respond. He simply stood there, eyes fixed on the cratered landscape, a faint frown settling on his face. "Do you see something?" the Dragon Emperor asked, noticing Yuan's expression. His voice was calm but curious. He himself couldn't sense anything unusual. "Yes," he nodded. "What is it?" "What do you see?" Binglin asked, her voice filled with urgency and excitement. "Perfect poison immunity has resisted. It's poison. This place is filled with poison," he revealed. "Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, chapter 1958, Unknown Poison." "Poison?" Binglin suddenly burst out. her voice sharp with disbelief.
Are you saying poison is what caused the decline of our Azure Dragon clan's bloodline? That's outrageous.
Her eyes flared with fury as she stepped forward.
I've tolerated this farce only because it was my father's wish, but I can no longer endure it. You're nothing but a fraud. Elder sister, please, calm down,
Xuanbing said softly, stepping in with a concerned expression, trying to ease the rising tension. Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows.
Father?
You are the clan leader's daughter. That's right. My full name is Zhao Binglan, and I am the eldest daughter in the Azure Dragon clan. Xuanbing sighed and spoke next. I'm Zhao Xuanbing, the second eldest son also. This isn't our real appearance. Now that their identities had been exposed, there was no longer any need for concealment. In the next moment they shed their disguises, revealing their real appearances. Senior Envoy, are you sure it's poison? I don't mean to doubt you, but I also cannot sense anything, said Dragon Emperor with a doubtful look on his face. I'm certain. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you what kind of poison it is. Why are you so certain? Zhao Xuanbing asked. Yuan looked at him and said without any hesitation, Because I have perfect poison immunity, and it reacted the moment I entered this place. Perfect poison immunity? Zhao Binglan exclaimed, her voice rising with disbelief. Isn't that the highest level of poison resistance, one that only exists in legends? And you expect us to believe you, a human, have actually acquired such an ability? Yuan gave a light shrug. Whether you believe me or not is your choice, and for the record, there's no definitive proof yet that this poison is tied to your clan's predicament. It's just a possibility. After learning about the poison, Yuan and the others hurried back to inform Zhao Zhenhai and the three Grand Elders about the discovery. Poison? Are you sure? Unsurprisingly, Zhao Zhenhai and the three Grand Elders met the news with skepticism. Doubt flickered across their faces, their expressions tightening as they struggled to accept such an improbable explanation. I've never heard of a poison capable of weakening a royal bloodline, said the first elder. As the Azure Dragon clan's foremost poison expert, his skepticism carried weight. We've examined our bodies and blood thoroughly in the past, but there were no traces of any poison. This might be something entirely new, Yuan replied. A poison specifically designed to target your bloodline without leaving behind the usual signs. You can't be serious. Do you even know what it would take to create something like that? And why would they target our Azure Dragon clan? We've always lived here in peace without offending anyone? Zhao Binglan exclaimed. You said he came here for your family heirloom, right? Do you think I can take a look at it? Yuan asked. That must be your true purpose here. Zhao Binglan snapped, her eyes blazing with fury. Are you working for that bastard? Without hesitation, she withdrew her weapon and leveled it at Yuan, her killing intent sharp and immediate. But before she could take another step, the Dragon Emperor moved in an instant. He stepped between them, and the room was flooded with his overwhelming pressure, so heavy it made the walls groan and the very water around them tremble. Stop! Zhao Zhenhai roared. Binglan, what are you doing? Lower your weapon right this instant and apologize to our guest. But she trembled with hesitation. I will not repeat myself. Zhao Binglan gritted her teeth in frustration as she lowered her weapon before putting it away. I apologize for her unruly behavior. Zhao Zhenhai said with a weary sigh. This is a deeply sensitive matter for our clan, and emotions are running high. I ask for your patience and understanding. Yuan shook his head lightly. It's fine. I understand how you feel. I don't expect you to place your trust in me so easily either. He paused for a moment before continuing. How about this? Let me return to that area and investigate further. The poison doesn't affect me, so I'm in no danger. Honestly, we can only enter that area up to a certain point before we're forced to retreat, Zhao Zhenhai admitted. The deeper we go, the more nauseating it becomes, and if we push any further, we eventually lose consciousness regardless of our cultivation. Why didn't you tell me that before I wasted 2 weeks wandering the city? Yuan sighed. Sear the novel RAR.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhao Zhenhai fell silent. He didn't have any excuses for this blunder. Yuan turned to look at the Dragon Emperor and said, "I should do this alone. I don't want you to become poisoned. There's a good chance that I'm already affected by it." "Yes, but I believe it's unlikely," Yuan replied. "The poison may be unique and potent, but it seems to act very slowly. If it were truly aggressive, the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline would have begun deteriorating much earlier. More likely, it's a poison that requires prolonged exposure, something that seeps in gradually over time before it begins to take effect. In that case, I'll listen to your advice and stay here for now." "Allow me to accompany you," said the First Elder, stepping forward. "I possess the most extensive knowledge of poisons among us." Yuan considered mentioning that the First Elder likely wouldn't be of much help, given that even he couldn't detect the poison. But he held his tongue and simply gave a quiet nod, choosing not to worsen his relationship with them. Sometime later, Yuan and the First Elder made their way to the poisoned area. "Perfect poison immunity has resisted. My poison immunity starts reacting from this point," Yuan said. The First Elder didn't respond. Instead, he calmly retrieved a set of tools from his spatial ring, treasures designed for detecting poison. He activated them and tested the surrounding water. After a few moments, he shook his head and said grimly, "Nothing." Yuan then said, "I'll be going deeper. I suggest you stay here." "No, I'm coming with you." "Do as you please." Search the novel fire. Net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1959. 1959. Source of the Poison. As Yuan ventured deeper, the waters around him grew increasingly murky and dim. The clarity faded into a thick, shadowy haze, and a foul stench began to fill the area, seeping through even the protective barrier around him. It was the pungent, unmistakable smell of decay, as if he were swimming through water steeped in rot and corruption. Heavens, it was nothing like this when we visited this place for the last time 100 years ago. The First Elder remarked with a disgusted expression on his face, even pinching his nose, trying to fight off the pungent smell. "The last time you visited this place was 100 years ago?" Yuan asked to confirm yes. Since nobody can venture into this place without fainting, we eventually gave up on exploring this place. We even had people from outside the Azure Dragon clan attempt it, but the results remained the same. Of course, nobody could explain the phenomenon either. By the way, I'm starting to feel my consciousness slipping away, so this is the furthest I can go. Good luck." The First Elder halted his movements for a second before turning around and walking back to the Azure Dragon clan's residence. "I'll see you back at the house," said Yuan before he continued walking even deeper, his perfect poison immunity blocking the effects of the poison every second. Soon the waters became so dirty that it was nearly impossible to see anything with his bare eyes, and even his divine sense was of little help. Since divine sense no longer worked, Yuan had to use divine gaze, which consumed more spiritual and mental energy, but that wasn't a problem for him. After wandering for days, Yuan eventually noticed something and hurried his pace. A few moments later, Yuan came upon a massive corpse resting on the seafloor, its presence dark and unsettling. The remains appeared to belong to some sort of serpent-like creature, but its body was so deformed and ravaged that its original identity was nearly impossible to discern. Twisted flesh, torn scales, and warped bones made it a grotesque shadow of whatever it once was. Circe, the Novelle, Fire. Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At the center of the corpse, nestled deep within its mangled remains, Yuan spotted a large black orb, its surface so dark and smooth that it nearly vanished into the surrounding murky water. It pulsed faintly as if absorbing the decay around it, and gave off a presence that felt both unnatural and deeply ominous. It didn't take even a second before Yuan determined this black orb to be the source of the poison. He carefully picked it up and inspected it. The poison from it wasn't as deadly as the poisons he'd encountered in the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp, but it had a really unique property. If he had to compare it to the poison within the swamp, it'd be somewhere in the inner zones. This must be a new type of poison, specifically created to mess with the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline. Whoever created this is incredibly skilled. Now that Yuan had acquired the source of the poison, he had to deal with it. Fortunately, he had perfect poison immunity and the harmonious heaven-refining immortal physique, which allowed him to absorb and refine the poison. Although he wanted to bring the poison back to the Azure Dragon clan to show the clan leader and the three great elders as proof, he'd only endanger their lives. With no other option, Yuan sat down and began to absorb the poison, refining it into his own power. There's a lot of poison in this thing, likely built up for tens of thousands of years. It'll take some time before I fully purify it. As Yuan began purifying the poisonous orb, a faint glow surrounded his body, spreading out like ripples through the murky water. At the same time, he drew in the lingering poison around him, steadily absorbing and neutralizing its corruptive essence. Bit by bit, the oppressive darkness faded, and the once foul water began to clear. Time flowed quietly, and after several days of tireless effort, Yuan was nearly halfway through purifying the poison. But just as he continued his work, a sudden surge of killing intent flared from behind him. Instinctively, he halted, his body tensing as he turned to face the threat. Whoosh! A sharp, needle-like object tore through the water with blinding speed, aimed straight at Yuan. He reacted instantly, raising his arm to intercept it, but the weapon was shrouded in powerful immortal chi, disrupting his defense and slipping past his guard. It struck his body with a jarring force, but thanks to his powerful physique, it failed to pierce through completely. Had he been any weaker, the needle would have bored into his heart. Even so, it still wouldn't have been enough to kill him. Perfection poison immunity has resisted whisper of the abyss. What is the meaning of this? Yuan spoke to the approaching figure. A few moments later, a familiar-looking old man appeared before him. First Elder. The one who'd attacked him was none other than the First Elder. So it was true that you have perfect poison immunity. What a pity. You could have had an easy death if you didn't. Although his poisoned attack had failed to kill Yuan, the First Elder showed no sign of concern. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent. After all, Yuan was merely at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, while he himself stood at the second level of the God Ascension realm. From his perspective, the outcome was already decided. "Before you kill me, how about giving me an explanation?" Yuan said calmly, his gaze steady. "Why are you doing this? Why?" The First Elder sneered, his eyes narrowing. "It's simple. You're interfering with our great project, something that's taken thousands of years of planning and a fortune in resources. We won't let one outsider ruin it all." "That doesn't really explain anything. What's the plan? Who are you working for?" Yuan continued to question the First Elder, trying to acquire as much information as he could. Chapter 1960, Fighting the First Elder. "Why do you even care about such things when you're about to die?" The First Elder sneered. "You should be worrying about your own life." Yuan shrugged and replied, "Why bother worrying about something that's out of my control? You're a God Ascension realm cultivator, while I am still a mortal. The outcome should be obvious. And if I'm going to die, I want to at least know why. It's simple. The reason you're going to die is because you stuck your nose into something you shouldn't have." Yuan sighed. "What else am I supposed to do? I need the key you took from the Holy Dragon clan. By the way, aren't you afraid of offending Dragon Goddess Yayo? In case you forgot, I am her envoy. Dragon Goddess Yayo?" "Ha ha ha." The First Elder began laughing out loud. "Who'd be foolish enough to believe such a lie? There's no way you're Dragon Goddess Yayo's envoy. She died long ago." "Why are you so certain that she died? Did you witness her death with your own eyes?" Yuan asked. "She hasn't been seen since the immortal monarch era. That's more than enough proof anyway. Enough yapping. I'm going to kill you now. Are you sure you want to do that? The others might become suspicious of you if you return alone. I'm going to tell them that you'd never returned. They can't prove that I'd killed you if your corpse is in a place where nobody can reach. Even the Holy Dragon Emperor who came here with you won't be able to reach this area." "Is that so? What a pity.
Unfortunately for you, it won't be that easy to kill me."
"We'll see about that." The first elder raised his hand, palm facing Yuan, and unleashed a wave of immortal qi. The pressure surged through the water, seeking to suppress him with overwhelming force. Yuan, however, remained unfazed. A faint smile curved his lips. "Immortal qi?" he said calmly. "What, afraid to use celestial qi? Worried you might alert the others?" Although the first elder had reached the second level of the God Ascension realm, he had yet to fully master celestial qi. Because of this, he was reluctant to risk using it, especially when doing so might alert the others to his betrayal. "Looks like I hit the nail on its head," Yuan smiled. "You won't be able to kill me with immortal qi alone, even if you're at the God Ascension realm." Yuan activated Dragon Awakening, causing his aura and strength to surge tremendously. It was so powerful that it took the first elder by surprise. How can a mortal human release such pressure? And why does he seem so confident? Does he really think that he can defeat me with the difference in our cultivation? What a joke! I'll rip that head off those shoulders with my bare hands. The first elder flew at Yuan. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven and began fighting the first elder? A God Ascension realm cultivator, huh? Need my help? Zixuan's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. "So you're finally awake. Not yet. I want to test my current limit," he said, "if you say so." Hundreds of exchanges later, a grim realization settled over the first elder. He couldn't overpower Yuan through brute strength. The revelation was nothing short of shocking. He was a God Ascension realm cultivator, a dragon no less, beings renowned for their overwhelming physical might and dominance in close combat. And yet he was being steadily pushed back by a mere human, one who stood several cultivation realms below him. Is this the strength of a God Ascension realm cultivator? What a disappointment. Yuan mocked. However, he knew that the first elder was holding back most of his strength. Imprudent brat! Suddenly, the first elder's appearance began to shift. Blue scales rippled across his skin like living armor. His eyes burned brighter, and his aura surged. He had activated Dragon Awakening, though not in its complete form. Even so, the partial transformation greatly amplified his power, making his already formidable presence even more oppressive. After activating Dragon Awakening, the first elder's power surged, and he began to push Yuan back, but only slightly. "I guess you don't want a painless death. In that case, allow me to assist you. Realizing brute force alone wouldn't be enough." The first elder finally began unleashing his martial techniques, skills he had deliberately withheld until now. Current cleaving strike. The first elder swung his claws with such immense force that the very water around him split apart. Trapped by the water's resistance, Yuan's movements were heavily restricted, making it impossible to evade the devastating blow. The first elder's claws tore through him with brutal precision, rending his body into 3 separate parts, blood clouding the water as shockwaves rippled through the depths. Believing he had finally ended the battle, the first elder let out a breath and deactivated his Dragon Awakening. But just as the mist of blood began to settle, a gleam of silver light tore through it, a spear surging forth with deadly precision. What? The first elder gasped, caught off guard. He moved to evade, but his guard was down, and the strike was too sudden. The spear pierced through him before he could fully react. Though the spear struck him, it hadn't landed a fatal blow. The first elder jumped backward through the water, blood trailing from the wound as he clenched his teeth in pain and disbelief. As the blood mist fully cleared, the first elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuan stood there with the dragon god's vengeance in his grasp, completely unharmed. "How are you still alive?" the first elder roared, his voice echoing with disbelief and fury. "I know I tore your body to pieces." Sears the Nouvelle Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You sure? Maybe it was just your imagination. Yuan calmly spoke. "After all, you're quite old already. Bullshit. I know my technique landed. There was even blood. What the hell are you?" The first elder clenched his fists in frustration. Search the novelfire.net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality.